MIR, Maryland International Raceway, we have our third annual Foot Brake Feast. Yes, that is a foot brake only event. MIR is foot brake country. That is how their class runs. So we follow what their local tradition is. That race also features an off-the-trailer, a last chance gamblers races. We have the meal. We have fresh baked cookies in the tower for that, and hot chocolate is obviously getting close to Thanksgiving. It's a little on the chillier side. MIR does a great job with their cold weather track prep. They run an excellent facility, and we're happy to partner with them. So if you are looking for something, maybe you're heading down to Piedmont for the 20Ks Thanksgiving, you stop there early and then continue on your way. We're happy to be a stop on your end-of-season tour. And if this is about it for you for the year, thank you for joining us for this and any other events that you did. On behalf of Shane, Sam, and myself, we know that you can spend your time and money lots of different places, and the fact that you chose to spend 3 days with us, some of you 3.5 with the Thursday pit party, it really means the world to us that you believe in what we put out. Still looking for doubles, reds, and blues.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now approaching race day eliminations, before we do, we'd like to take a moment to honor the great country of ours with the playing of our national anthem. So at this time, we need you to please rise and remove your hats, please.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 3 of the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars. Rattle off the bottom, it is B&M Performance Race Day Sunday. As we got the first pair getting ready to pull on out into the water box.
All right, the bye for first round is 1697 will be your bye for today's first round of eliminations. 1697 is your bye for today in first round. 1697. All right, let's kick off another day at Door Wars. The first pair is pulling out into the water box. In the right lane, Matt Richeza. And in the other lane, it might be David Gordon. We're not sure. But whoever it is, they are dialed 559. Richeza on the other side dials 580. To start off today, Matt Richeza dropping in 20 red. Left lane will be moving on with the 23 light. Dead 6, 429 total. Start off today. All right, for your third pair, Brian Hoover on the Pro Torque side. John Alcott on the other side. Alcott. Alcott dials 754 to Hoover's 6 flat. Hoover with the advantage, double with the advantage, the tree and the wind light heading his way. Alcott gets there first, but breaks on out by 100th. Had to take 10 or less for the win there. Alcott was 31 on the tree to Hoover's 008. Will Winthrop, left lane dialed 630 to Bobby Smith's 618. Smith with the better light, separating almost 13 thou. The wind light is not going Bobby's way. Will Winthrop at the finish line. Dead 5, 19 total, take 43. Bobby Smith, a little slow on that run. 600ths over the dial. That's going to cost him first round. Winthrop moving on to second. Soggy Dunn in the left lane, dials 581. Yeah. Bueller in the right lane gets the win. Soggy drops it 5 red, breaking on out. Bob will be moving on. Mark Ketterer going to get the win on that one. 48 for the light. Dangly sack, 46 red. A little early on the hit there. Ketterer breaks out 14th thou. Burger King back up against Michael Barbone in the right lane. BK decides to dial 636 to Michael Barbone's 664. BK is going to be moving on right here. BK, 40 on the tree. Doesn't matter what happens on the other side. Michael Barbone drops it 18 red for the loss. On the right side of the field, Jamie Horton. Find him in the Pontiac. He's gone 667 for the dial-in. Left sides decides to go 669. Both 20 on the tree, but left lane a little better. 20 on the tree for left lane. Jamie Horton's 29. The wind light goes left side. Horton gets there first, breaking on out, though, by quite a bit. About 31 thou. Would have had to do some more work. I don't think he could have got that one. No, he got packed out, actually. Left lane was dead 4. So 24 total to lock out Horton's 29. Terry Neiman gets the win there. 30 on the tree. Kevin Core drops it. 002 red. Breaking on out. Both of them are. No matter what, Neiman pushing on. Frank McAfor against Bill Wilson. Almost identical for the dial-in, but not quite. McAfor goes 613. Wilson, 612. Wilson on the far side in the Camaro. McAfor on the S10. McAfor with the advantage. 3 on the tree to Bill Wilson's 22. The wind light going to McAfor's way. Takes the stripe by 5. Dead 6 for 9 total. Pretty good run. Rick Lawrence, Scott Smith. Smith in the 80 Monza. on the left side of the track. On the right side, Lawrence in the 67 Chevelle. Lawrence a little early on that one. Drops the 20 red. Smith will be pushing on with the 25 light. Smith breaks on out, but not by that much. 3 thousandths. Smith going to second round. Clay Grillikin, Steve Dickey. Grillikin goes 6.18 to Dickey's 6 flat. Clay Grillikin with the better of the two lights, 7 thou separate them. The win light goes Grillikin's way. 007 on the tree, takes 35 at the stripe to go dead 2 for 9 total, locking Steve Dickey out. I think that's back-to-back 9 totals. Starting off the day with some pretty tight packages. Pro Torque side, Mark Detweiler. He predicts 652. Jay Rothenberger on the other side. He's gone with 585. Detweiler a little late on that one. Jay Rothenberger a little less. Rothenberger is going to get the win. 40 on the tree. Takes 37 at the stripe to go almost 500 over the dial. Mark Detweiler. 123 on the tree, dead 3. Should have been better on the tree there, and maybe he could have got it done. But he didn't. Jay Rothenberger going on. Johnson Ryder, better light 2. Jimbo, Ghana. 38 on the tree for Jimbo. And pretty slow there. A little weird. Kyle Core in the right lane. From Myerstown, PA. Dialing 622 to left lanes, 665, and Core gets the win here. 13 green for the win. Left lane drops at 12 red. Win light, going Core. Brock Majer. Nest 10. Going 642. Mike Franek on the other side, dials 640. Franek with the better of the 2 lights, 12 thou separate them, and the win light. It's going to go Mike Franek's way. Brock Majer gets there first by 6, but breaks on out by 14 thou. Along with that, Franek, dead 4. Locks him out. Chris Gunyer, John Alloway. Gunyer goes 619, Alloway 635. And Alloway a little early on that one, about 42 to be exact. Gunyer on the other side goes 46 green for the win. Matt Wilkowski. Getting his Vegas preparation in. Against Evan Post. On the other side, Post says 6:44. Wilkowski, 6:27. Super Bro champ for Division 1 has the advantage right now in the win light. He's going to go Wilkowski's way. Goes to 6:31 with the 1 on a 6:27. 23 on the tree. Evan Post a little later, 78 on the tree. And almost 500ths over the dial. It's not going to get it done. William Gill. Will Marshall. Marshall, you can find him on the right side of the track in the 68 Dart. Gill in the Nova. 60. Left lane, actually, Brent Miles in the S10. Both close on the reaction time side of the field. 5 foul. And Will gets the win there. Will, 34 on the tree. Doesn't get there first. Marshall does by 29. Breaks on out by 100th. Had to take 19 or less. And he would have got that win light on his side. JT Schaefer, Marty Flegel. Flegel in the S10. On the other side, Schaefer, you can find him in the 82 Capri. Flegel goes 6:02 for the dial-in. Schaefer, a 6:35. A 10th on the tree separates the two. Flegel with the better. And the win light isn't going Flegel's way. Look at that stripe. 0.004. Goes down to the 10,000 second. 4 10,000ths of a second to be exact. JT Schaefer, dead 4 for win. Dale Gerhardt, JT Banks Jr. Banks says 6:38 to Gerhardt's 5:92. Gerhardt, 19 on the tree. Banks, 38. Win light. Going to go Gerhardt's way. Gerhardt, 19. Take 31 at the stripe. Be 37 thou over the dial to win. Banks, a little slow, too. 42 with a 9 on a 38. Trenton Sayers, Eric Henry. Sayers all the way from Virginia. Eric Henry from not that far, from New Jersey. And both are red. Sayers a little less red, though. 22 red gets the job done. Eric Henry was 31 red. Sayers pushing on. Macy Stewart won 2 days ago. She'll be racing Johnny Sins. Sins, the S10. Stewart, Cutlass. Stewart says that she wants to go with a 6:23. Sins says 6:51. Johnny Sins got her on the tree. Let's see if he can get her at the top end. And yes, he can. Sins, dead fourth. 8 total for the win. Macy Stewart breaks on out by 4 thousandths, but can't get there in general. Sins locks her out. There's nothing she could have done there. Dennis Core on the far side of the field. 68 Dodge Super B, where you can find him. He's going 673. Left is going 685. Dennis with that advantage right there. And at the stripe, Dennis gets it done. Takes 10 at the stripe. Goes 27th hour over the dial. That, my mathematical calculations, is enough to lock him out with a 38 total package. Let's move on. Left lane was dead 8. That doesn't matter. Lindsey Holzman in the left, Walt Haas in the right. Haas, 718 to Lindsey's 679. Holzman has the advantage and the win light. Double breakout victory. Breaks out 1,000th of a second. Haas breaks out 2,000ths of a second. But anyways, Holzman taking 33 at the stripe. Moves on. Dave Harvey dropping at 6 red. Osmer, 44 on the tree. Gets the win, moving on. Jamie Colin from Reading, PA, not that far from here. He's going 585 for the dial-in. Left lane's going 6 flat. Left lane a little early on that hit. 33 to be exact. 33 red gives the win to Jamie Colin. Colin, 5 thousandths under the dial. Doesn't matter. 40 gets it done. Left lane drops a red. Jamie's win light comes on. Stacy Orth in the left lane from Adamstown, PA in the 69 Camaro. 6 flat for the dial in. Alan Core Jr. a little slower. Charles 763. He's from Fredericksburg, PA. You'll find him in the Dodge Polara. Stacy Orth, a little too quick on the pedal right there. 10 to be exact. Alan Core Jr. A little later, 58 on the tree for the win. Breaks on out by 3 thousandths, but once again, it doesn't matter when the left lane drops it red. TJ Jordan is going to get the win right there, 20 on the tree. Doesn't matter what the other person's light is because they drop it 30 red. Break on out quite a bit. Darren Meyer versus Trey Benton Jr. Benton, 623 to Myers, 615. Bo Reeves, 100 on the tree, a little late. Benton, 29, is going to get it done. Takes 39 at the stripe to go almost over by a tenth. Had fun with that run. The pedal right there. It'll be moving a lot. Frank Armando in the right lane in the 90 Camaro from New Jersey. Dials 632. Left lane goes 617. A double red light right here, and they're both pretty close. Left lane, 8 red, but a little less red. Frank Armando, 7 red. Gets the job done. Also, both break out by a little bit, too. Would have been a good race if it was a double green. Armando moving on with the less red. Hey, if you already lost this round, your day ain't over yet, you're not ready to be done, you can now buy back in the bottom of the tower. Also, the speed shop and the concessions are officially open. So if you are hungry or needing some stuff with car related, you can check out the speed shop and the concessions. Yes, if you want to buy back and your day isn't starting out well, go to the bottom of the tower and buy back in. And the concessions are open. By the way, buybacks are $100. Pete Daganola in the left lane against Mike Malday in the right, dialing 689. Daganolas. Oh, Malday. Really, really late on there. Not going to mention how late that was. Pete Daganola had a lot of stuff to play with right there. Takes 5 car lengths off the pedal. Rolling out. Goes a 605 on a 5 on a 588. Malday. It's a little out of a light right there. Rory Weenie against Russ Archer. Rory you can find in the S10. Archer. Russ Archer dropping it 001 red. Julian Kleinfelder in the right lane. Talked to Jeremy yesterday. He's got to lock in. I told him that. Got to announce him winning. He's going to do it today. I believe in him. So will Jillian right here. Let's see what she can do against Chris Black in the left lane. Dials 636. Actually, this is heads-up race. See where it goes. Both also seem to be in S10s. Heads-up S10 race. And Kleinfelter a little later on the tree than Black. Black's got some room, and Black uses it. Black going over his number. Goes a 642 with the 1 on a 636. 12 at the stripe. Jillian, 400s over the dial and 45 on the tree. He's not going to win that round. Jake Morris, Lee Zane. Zane, 669. Morris, 615. Double red light for both. And the way it's going to go is Morris. Morris, less red, 004 to be exact. Lee Zane, 006 red. Morris also breaks on out by 2 thousandths. And the win light is going to stick his way. Robert Smith in the left lane, going 585 for the dial, and Dan Northrup 570. Dan Northrup with the better of the two. And Dan Northrup with the win. 1 at the stripe for the win. Goes 14 thou over the dial. The win.
Next up, we got Scott Embley and Todd Toman. Toman the Nova, right side 633. Scott Embley left the side piece at home, brought out the main chick today. 749 dial-in. And then there's Sharon, too, out there on the start line. Scott needed a little bit more apple juice this morning. He's 300ths in the hole. Toman, big-time advantage. Oh, but he breaks out 4, take 56 to break it out. 9 thou. Embley, 34, 1 above 7, 51 total. Get that man some apple juice. Scott Embley. He's able to afford it now. He's got to save on a $100 buyback. Get that man some apple juice.
Greg Myers, Bobby Matera. Both not from PA. Myers from New Jersey. Matera from Maryland. Matera is going to have 30 thou of an advantage to play with. Can he play with it right? Yes, he can. 22 on the tree, take 28 to be 35 thou over the dial. Be 57 total. Left lane had to be a little bit quicker and had to play with the room really well. Brett Schlichtig, 6 flat against Dave Harris's 650. Advantage going right lane side. Harris with the better of the two lights, and Harris with the win. 612 at the stripe to go a 654 with the 1 on a 650. Schlichtig. A little later, 42 and 26 thou over the predicted dial. Mike Haynes, Sean Conway Jr. Conway, 748 for the dial in against Haynes, 611. Michael Haynes going to get the win there. Mike, 14 on the tree. Sean Conway was 4 red. So anyways, Haynes would have got the win no matter if he was 100. But he was 14. Mike Haynes going on. Dave Dissinger, Pat Bartone. Pat Barbone, not Bartone. Is that wrong? Pat Barbone's going to get the win there. 78 on the tree. Dave Dissinger a little too close. He's going to drop it. 1 red. And it looks like he would have had the room to get that win if he was just 1 green. Theo Myers, Jason Parker from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Theo Myers from Donnell, New Jersey. Myers in the 83 Chevy Camaro. Parker, find him in the Mustang on the other side. Jason Parker, 16 on the tree to Theo Myers, 36 on the tree. The win light is going to go Parker's way. Parker takes 10 at the stripe, be 21 over. $37 total. Theo Myers, 36 light. Would have been hard to get in. And he doesn't do it. Parker, moving on. Kurt Holland, Kevin Pollard. Pollard in the Camaro. Holland also in a Camaro. Which one's going to win? I don't know. Holland says he's going to run 620. Pollard, 547. Holland with the better of the 2 lights. 20 thou separate him, and 20 thou gets him that win. Pollard breaking on out, taking 1 at the stripe. But breaks on out, as I said, by 17 thou. Nothing he could have done there. He wasn't able to win that one. Jeff Allenbach, Bob Mullaney. Bob Mullaney goes 675. Find him on the Octane side of the track. Jeff Allenbach goes 655. You can find him on the Pro Torque side of the racetrack. Oh, and Mullaney drops it a little red. 7 red to be exact. Jeff Allenbach, 36 green, breaking on out by 16 thou. Gets the win there. Toby Tolliver, Seth Phillips. Phillips says 632 for the dial-in. Tolliver says 568. Kobe Tolliver on it, and Seth Phillips a little too on it. Phillips drops it 8 red. Tolliver 001 on the tree. Both break out by a pretty big amount, but no matter what, Tolliver is going to be moving on. John Alloway, David Harvey the third. Harvey goes 671 for the dial, to Alloway's 625. And it's another red light start, and it's going to be going John Alloway's way for the red light. Alloway drops it 2 red. Harvey, 19 on the tree, and getting the win. Bill Wackerman, Morgan Harp. Harp dials 744. Bill Wackerman, 673. This is another Camaro race right here. Wackerman in the 02 and Morgan Harp in the 94. And Morgan Harp drops it to red to go dead 2. Wackerman, dead 1, 55 total. Morgan Harp was on the green side by anything, could have been 44, and got away with that win. Wackerman, moving on. Allen out, Ray Goals. Goals in the 71 Maverick. About 554 to Alan Yance, 580. And Yance got a lot to play with right here. Almost a 10th, and he doesn't do it. Breaks out by 9 thousandths, takes over a car length. That is not what you want to see. It's all that room screws it up. Ray Goals with the 103 light is going to be moving on. Jeff Stewart. I've announced him a lot yesterday. Had a few good packages. He'll be facing Emily Allenbach on the other side. About 6:08. Stewart, 28. About 2/10 separate the two on the starting line. Jeff Stewart, a little early on the hit, maybe more than a little. 32 red to Emily Allenbach's 18 on the tree. Allenbach, moving on. Paul Werner in the 80 Malibu, going to be facing Joe Cooper in the Mustang. Paul Werner goes a 707. Cooper, a 657. The 10th separates these two on the tree. And the win light's going to head to Paul Werner. Double breakout win head into Paul Werner. Joe Cooper breaks out by 8/10. Paul Werner by a little less. 5/10 for the win. Joe Cooper takes 13 at the stripe. Had to take 5 or less to get that one. Paul Werner wins with the 30 light. He'll be moving on. Danny Renninger in the left lane. He's dialed 737. Right lane dials 727. 10th separating these two. Going to be a tight one. Hopefully. And no, it ain't. Right lane drops it. 43 red. Renninger, 11 on the tree. It's going to be moving on. 11 dead, 4 to add to that. 15 total. Would have been hard to beat even if he was green because he was also a few under, almost 500s under the predicted dial-in. Joe McLaughlin in the left lane, dials 755 to Cam Murray-Dixon. Almost a second separates these two. Both are in deep. And both are one on the tree, just on separate sides. Joe McLaughlin, 001 red. Cam Murray-Dixon's 001 green. Robert Dames, Matt Richeza. Richeza in the right lane dials 579 to Robert Dames 965. Richeza going to be chasing him down by a few seconds. Almost 4 seconds. A little more than 4 to be exact. I run juniors, and I know what it's like to run a 1190 car when you're in 790. Pretty tough. Anyways, back to the main event. Matt Richeza, the advantage here, and the win light. Rolls out of it from the sounds of it, goes 30 on the tree to Robert Dames. 91 takes 60 to roll out to go 3/100ths over the dial for the win. Soggy done. Jason Lawrence done. Dials 578 to Jason Lawrence's 645. Both amazing on the tree. Soggy, a little better. 3 towels separates them, and the win light is heading Jason Lawrence's way. 008 to Soggy Dunn's 005. Lawrence takes 6 at the stripe. Dead 1 for 9 total. That would have been hard to get into. Soggy, being 100th over, won't be able to do that. Jason Lawrence, moving on. Joe Dedrick on the far side against Jason Wing on the close. Dedrick. David Wayne dials 6 flat to Dedrick's 628. Another good race. 4 foul separate them. Dedrick with the advantage. The win light. And look at that finish line. 2/10 of a not 2/10, I mean 2/10 of thousandths of a second. Goes 0.002 at the stripe. The win. 200ths over the dial for 26 total. Moving on. Nicky Thomas in the right lane against Nick Bauman in the left. Bauman says 648 to Thomas's 619. Thomas a little slightly early on that. Goes 7 red to Bauman's 18 green. Bauman moving on. Scott Smith versus Kenny. Kenny goes 696 for the dial-in. Scott Smith 598. Scott Smith with the better of the 2 lights, almost cutting Kenny in half, and the win light is going to go Scott's way. Kenny gets there first, but breaks on out by, let's do the math, 17 thou. Takes 2. Goes a 694 with the 3 on a 696. It's going to get it done. Scott Smith moving on. Terry Neiman versus Tina Lees. Leslie, we're just going to take a guess there. Sorry if we butchered that. She's dialing 577 and Neiman 635. Neiman was seeing something that wasn't the third ball. Almost 50 red right there. 48 red. Tina Leslie's 62 on the tree. Win light going Tina's way. Marty Flegel, Bill Carroll. Flegel in the S10. Bill Carroll in the 90, not 97, 79 Monza. Almost identical on the dial-ins. Flegel goes 602. Carroll 601. It's going to be a tight one. And yes, the reaction times aren't that far separate. 8 thou separate the 2. And the win light goes to Flegel. Marty Flegel getting the win on the double breakout there. Breaks out 5 thousandths. Gets the win. Bill Carroll by 12 thou. we do my math right, Motor Fleagle should win that. Moving on. All right. All right, everybody. Yellow run stickers. It's time. Come up to the lanes for first round. If you are a yellow run sticker, come up to the lanes for first round. If you are a yellow run sticker, please come up to the lanes for first round. It's Mr. Run, but Brock Mosier, 7 total. Just looked at it. Pretty good run. David Barden versus Scott Franks Jr. Franks going 717 for the dial in against David Barden's 560. Barden on the Camaro. Franks in the Nova. Nova leaves first. Camaro leaves second. And the Camaro with 50,000 advantage. A lot to play with and can't get it done. Takes a little bit too much, 62 to be exact. Had to take 52 or less to win that one. All right, everybody, we have a challenge.
First person to the bottom of the tower with a drop of sunscreen on their nose wins a prize.
Macy Stewart in the left lane dialed 622 to Bud McNasty, 680. Macy Stewart with the advantage. Almost 40,000 to play with, and the win light is going to Macy Stewart's way. Takes 57 at the stripe to be dead 8. 39 total. Definitely going to knock Bud McNasty 73 out of the park. Macy Stewart going to win that one. Connie Wackerman, Michael Barbone, both going in deep. Barbone dials 664. Wackerman 738, and Barbone going to have the advantage right here. And the win light takes almost 60 at the stripe, 59 with the 5. It was a 668 with the 7 on a 664 for the win. Steve Long in the right lane, dials 669. Actually, we have a heads-up race here, but that doesn't matter. Left lane dropped at 37 red to Steve Long's 28. Win light. Going to be going to Steve Long. Steve Long breaks out 1,000th of a second. Doesn't matter. He's moving on. Barcuda in the right lane, dial 625 to Jesse Marshall's 44 on the tree. Barcuda 32. Win light is going to go to Barcuda's way. Marshall gets there first by 17 thou, but Marshall breaks on out by 25 thou. Nothing you could do about that. Jeremy Post, Kyle Core. Core goes 619, 745. On the left. Left lane leaves first and leads a little bit too quick right there. 53 red to Kyle Core's 20. Core moving on. Michael Greiner in the left lane. Dials 572 to Caleb Kleins. Mike Greiner going to cut Caleb in half. Can he get it done? Yes, he can. Takes 35 at the stripe to go 22 over the dial. To be a total of 54. Caleb Klein couldn't do anything about it. 54 total. It's better than his light. Mike Greiner moving on. Shannon Fordyce, trip, zip to Jimbo. Jimbo, 41 on the tree. Fordyce with the win. I'm going to have a tight package there, but that doesn't matter. Fordyce gets the win. Plays on the pedal. Takes 49 at the stripe, and we'll be moving on. Deadly Devin Dudley. Sorry about yesterday. You are pretty deadly if you ask me. Jamie Horton. Dials 665. Dudley goes 640. And there, that's why I shouldn't call him not deadly, because he is 004 on the tree. And, well, not going to say it, but didn't win there. Jamie Horton's going to get the win that time. Takes one at the stripe. Goes 669 on a 665 for the win. Frank McAfee goes 611 to Jordan Smickles 666. And the reaction time separates them by 7 thou. Smickle with the better light of the two. Smickle with the win. Takes 3 at the stripe. Goes to 667 with the 3 on a 666. He'll be moving on. Frank McAfee, though, Dead 9. 38 total. Can't get it done with that. Chris Gagne in the far lane. Dialed 621. Otherwise known as yesterday, Chris Gooney. But it's Gagne, apparently. Laurel Hoover on the other side, dialed 603. Gagne drops a 10 red. Hoover, 55 on the tree, will get the dub. Both break on out. Gagne drops a red. Hoover moving on. Dennis Gerhardt. Bob Gagne. Yesterday they said apparently we didn't get it right again, but we did get the tree right. Gagne moving on. 19 on the tree. Goes a 627 with a 9 on a 623. Gerhardt, dead 3, have 100 total. That's not going to win a lot of races, but dead 3 should have been a little better on the hit. Would have had a better chance. Alfred Reeds, a little excited on the hit. Goes 25 red. JT Banks, 3 digits for him, 104, and that's going to get him the win. Oh my gosh, it's Kevin Mendenhall. Anyways, Kevin Mendenhall in the left lane dials 595. Chris Culp in the other side going 594. Almost heads up, just not there. Haven't seen a heads up race in a bit. See what Kevin Mendenhall or Chris can do. Chris Culp's going to have the advantage here. 26 down to play with, exactly. And Chris Culp does it right. 39 at the stripe. Dead 0. 10 total. Kevin Mendenhall. There's nothing he could have done there. Locked out. Kevin Lewis in the left lane dials 675 to Derek Simons 661. Kevin Lewis, 22 red. Derek will be moving on with the 41 light. A 10th slow, Derek is. Get a lucky win right there. He's got to be happy he's won red. Also something I just noticed, Kevin Lewis, dead 4. That one's got a sting with how slow he is and a little late Derek is. Justin Hackley in the left lane against Evan Post in the right. Hackley says 610 for the dial-in. Post 646. 30,000 to play with. Evan Post has. Evan Post looks like he's got it up there. Yes, he does. Double breakout win goes to Evan. Takes 3 at the stripe. Breaks out 4,000s. Justin Hackley breaks out a bit little more. Post 3 on the tree. Moving on. John Binkle. Rick Lawrence. Almost a second separating these two. About 9/10. Lawrence says 5:53 for the dial-in. Binkle, 6:41. Binkle you can find in the left lane. Lawrence in the right, in the Chevelle. Binkle saw something that wasn't the third bar right there. 18 red for Binkle. Lawrence, 21 on the tree. Dead 3. 24 total. Even if Binkle was green, it might have been a little challenge there. Maybe not. Binkle, dead 2. Would have been a good race. They were both green. Will Winthrop, coming from New Jersey, in the 80 Malibu in the left lane, dials 630. And both 11 on the tree, just on separate sides. Winthrop drops at 11 red. Right lane is 11 green. Winlight's going to be heading to the right lane. Right lane, moving on. Nathan Mendenhall in the left lane in the S10. Mendenhall says 612. Butch Weindrich on the other side. He's going with 732. Butch Weinrich is going to get the win there, 009. Nathan Mendenhall a little early on the hit, 13 red. Weinrich going to be moving on. Kyle Gockley. Jesse Rothenberger. Let's checking something out. I guess we're good for Rothenberger. And we're going to get back. Kyle Gockley says 595. Rothenberger, 735. Thal going to separate these two. This one's going to be a tight one. The win heading Gockley's way. Gockley, 8 at the finish line, goes 2/100ths over the dial. Rothenberger goes almost 36 thou over the dial. Greg Myers, Will Marshall. 4,000 separating these two. It's going to be a tight race. Myers is saying 581. Marshall saying 585. Marshall's in the far side is in the 68 Dart. Closer to us is in the 69 Camaro is Greg Myers. Myers, 5 red. Will Marshall, 17 on the tree. He's going to get the win right there. That's all to the wound. Greg Myers, dead 4. Would have been a good race. They're both green. All right. It's time. Green run stickers. We are calling you up to the lanes. Green run stickers. You have been called up to the lanes. We have officially called all colors. We have called all colors. So, yeah. Green run stickers up to the lanes. You have now been called. All colors have now been called. Chris Black in the left lane, 6:36. And look at these lights, 5 thou separate them. This could go either way. The win light's going to go Chris Black's way, 002, 12 total. Brian Cool's going to get there first, though, by 8. Breaking on out by 3 thousandths. Had to take 5 or less to win that one. Would have been 7 total. That would have been a hell of a race to watch. Zach Wolf going to be getting chased down by Jed Nar. Jed Nar, drops at 11 red. Zach Wolf going to be moving on, 45 on the tree. And Nar, 500s under, a little quick. Zach Wolf a little slow, about 600ths over. Matt Wachowski. Vegas is calling his name this year. Zach Rothenberger. Right lane is going to be facing Wachowski. Rothenberger says 7:17 for the dial-in. Wachowski, 6:24. Matt Wachowski is out to Rothenberger. 3 fouls separate them. Both are late, and the win light's going Matt's way. 72 on the tree, take 1 at the stripe. Dead 9 for a total of 81. It's a close race right there. Could have went either way, but Matt Wachowski will be moving on. Joe Clark, left lane, against Lee Zane in the right. Lee Zane says 667 for the dial-in. Joe Clark says 705. Fourth out, separating them both in the 30s. The win light's going to go to Lee Zane. Lee Zane taking 13 at the stripe. Is 500ths over the dial. Both are a little slow. About 500ths over. Joe Clark actually almost 600ths over the dial. Anyways, the win light, Lee Zane. Brent Miles in the S10. Bobby Smith on the other side. The Mustang. Miles going to 62. Another tight reaction time race. Miles 11, Smith 15. The win light gone Brent Miles' way. Brent Miles goes a 5.63 with the 7 on a 5.62. 49 at the stripe. We'll be moving on.
Chris Connor in the left lane, and then
Buddy's trying to call one of the races. His dad is in the left lane, and Chris Connor, his dad, has the advantage. 009 in the tree to Coors 41. The win light is going to go Coors' way. Chris Connor slowing up once again for another day, about 3/10. That's weird. Pete Aganolo. Left lane in the 79 Malibu. Far lane says 589 for the dial-in. Pete Daganolo with the advantage and the win light takes 6 at the stripe to go a 5.94 on a 5.89. 14 thou over the dial. Gets the win there. 38 total. It's going to lock out right lane. Rory Kump. Tom Scaffarino. Krupp says 616 for the dial-in. Scaffarino says 650. Rory Krupp going to have the advantage here. If he can, does he use it? Yes, he does. Doesn't get there first. Scaffarino gets there by 0.2. Breaks on out by 9 thousandths. Rory Krupp, dead 7, along with the win. 45 total. Scaffarino couldn't even win if he didn't break out. He's locked out. Sir Cole versus Ed Bendekovich. Benkovic gonna not have the advantage. Sir Cole's gonna be dead 8 right there. Yeah. It's gonna be 13 total for the win. Sir Cole, great run. Jordan Wilhelm, David Harvey Jr. All right. Green run stickers. If you didn't hear earlier, you were called up. So, green run stickers. If you aren't up here yet, you have been called. Come up to the lanes if you are a green run sticker. Anyone who hasn't ran first round, also come up to the lanes. You have been called. Anyone who hasn't run first round or is a green run sticker, come up to the lanes to run. Bob Gish going 8:14, slower one in this battle. Walter Adams on the other side, 7 flat for the dial-in. Adams coming from Newportville, PA. Gish from Elizabethtown, PA. Bob Gish a little late, Walter less late. Walter Adams gets the win, takes 29 at the stripe to go a tenth over the dial. Doesn't matter, he's moving on. Bob Gish a little late there, 117 on the tree to Walter Adams, 65. Once again, Adams moving on. Mark Pettidemange. Struggling with that name yesterday. I feel like we did a good job right now. But yes, Mark Pettidemange in the right lane. You can find him in the Nova. He's dialed 681. Left lane dials 616. Pettidemange drops it. 001 red. Left lane 23 on the tree. He's going to get it done. Left lane's going to be moving on. Pettidemange to add salt to the wound. Dead 6. It's one away from being tripped. Could have had his 6-pack there, but just on the wrong side by 1. Burger King in the right lane, also known as BK. Every time I announce and see BK, I'm going to say Burger King forever. So, used to that. BK in the right lane. He's dialing 635. Joe Theodore in the left goes 589 for the dial-in. Joe Theodore going to have the advantage here, but not by a lot. The win light going to go Theodore's way. BK did not have it his way right there. Joe Theodore, 38, take 37 at the stripe to go 593 with a 6 on a 589 to move on. Jeff Stewart, Mark Littell. Littell, 578 for the dial-in. Jeff Stewart, 629. Stewart, a little red earlier. Let's see if he could turn it around and show what he was doing yesterday. Stewart was on it yesterday. I'm going to keep saying that. Stewart is going to have the better light of these two. Littell, a little later. And Mark Littell not going to be getting the win there. Jeff Stewart, 12, take 15 at the stripe to go a 631 with an 8 on a 629. Mark Littell also breaks out on that by 13 thou. Nothing you can do. Jeff Stewart moving on. Trenton Sayers in the left lane versus David Butler in the right. Butler from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Trenton Sayers from, I'm going to try and say this, Connoke, Virginia. Whether these guys are in a Mustang battle. Let's see which Mustang's going to move on. Well, I can tell you it's David Butler. Trenton Sayers drops it 23 red. David Butler not off it either. 003 green. He's going to be moving on. Trish Witt, John Alcott. Alcott is in the right lane, far side, dials 754. Trish Witt dials 606. Alcott's going to leave first on this one. Witt, second. Trish Witt going to have the advantage here. 008 on the tree. John Alcott not that far behind, and the win light goes to Trish Witt. Alcott gets there first by 3, breaks out 9 thousandths of a second. Trish Witt looks like she locked them out. Had a 20 total package. John Alcott's 26 reaction time. Janine Northrup for Sean Conway Jr. Conway says 758 for the dial-in. Janine says 580. Almost identical on the get-go. Both a little late, though, and the win light could go either way, and it goes Sean Conway Jr.'s way. 62 on the tree. Takes 3 at the stripe to be dead 8 for a 70 total package for the win. Close race, but Sean Conway Jr. is going to move on. Eric Bendikovich versus Mark Kelly. Bendikovich almost cuts Kelly in half with that reaction time. And the win light's going to go to Eric Bendikovich. Takes 40 at the stripe. 26 on the tree. Goes a 75 with the 4 on a 672 for the win. Did we forget to mention we have a top fuel driver on the property, Clay Grillican. Temu version of Clay Milliken. Scott Dreyer on the right side. Dials 618. Grillican 617. Another close, almost heads-up race. These guys are going to be almost identical on the get-go. Let's see if they could be almost identical at the stripe. See if they can make it tight. Well, Grillican didn't like that idea. 47 on the tree. Scott Dreyer, 005. The advantage, the win, Scott Dreyer. Goes a 617 with the 2 to break out 8 thou for the win. Double breakout win. Heads Scott Dreyer's way. Scott Dreyer takes 33 at the stripe. Moving on. Wayne Skelly, left lane, dialed 688 in the 73 Pontiac Ventura. He'll be flying Keith Pfeiffer on the other side. In the 80 Camaro, dials 590. $50,000 separate these two. Wayne Scully has a lot to play with, and he doesn't get it done. Breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Keith Piper, 56 on the tree. is going to get the win there. Skelly takes a bit too much. 79 had to take 76 or less. Wayne Skelly, 006, not going to get the job done. Gives the win to Keith Piper. 56 on the tree. Michael Beard in the left lane, coming all the way from Ohio. Dials 670, pretty good racer. Terry Benton Jr., also pretty good, from New Jersey. Going 622. Benton a little early on that one, about 29 red on the tree. Michael Beard, 11 for the win. Moving on to the next round. Dead 9 to make that even better. 20 total would have been a good race if he was green. Jeremy Kleinfelder, Bill Parsons. Second separates these two, literally. Kleinfelder, let's see if he can lock in today. The chat yesterday, announcing him once again. See if he can win for me. Well, I guess we're going to see Jeremy in the buyback window a little early on that one. About 37 red. Jeremy Kleinfelder, 37 red on the tree. Bill Parsons, 64. And Bill Parsons going to be moving on. Kevin Mendenhall back up, dials a 595 to Russ Archer's 675. Kevin Mendenhall going to cut Russ Archer in half with a better reaction time right here. 20 on the tree, and Kevin Mendenhall going to get the win light there. Takes 6 at the stripe. Goes a 597 with the 7 on a 595. Going to be moving on. Kevin Mendenhall. Kobe Tolliver, Frank Armando. Armando says 632. He's going to be on the far side of the track, octane side in the 90 Camaro. If you look over to the Pro Torque side, near the tower, you'll find the 90 Mustang, Kobe Tolliver. He's going 568 for the dial. Kobe Tolliver going to have a lot of room right here. And can he use it? Yes, he can. Takes 60 at the stripe to go 26 thou over the dial to get in cruise and sailing. Easy win, 37 total. That's definitely going to be blocking out. Frank Armando, there's nothing you can do there, Frank. Kobe Tolliver moving on.
Good, clean drag race. 8 thou. Separate him, win light. Kurt Holland. Bowman got there first. 19 takes 16. Brushed her out 9 thou. Had to take 7 or less. Holland, 11 dead 5. 16 total. Actually locks out. Bowman's 19 react. That math don't matter. 19, he'd take 19. Or never mind. I just got up here. Leave me alone. Ed raced this right-hand side, 612. And Brandon Skelly, 613. Ed races is racing. Perfect triple 0. Take 36 to be 58 thou above. to be 58 total. Skelly's 42, checks out. I mean checks out. He crosses at 99 miles an hour, sticks at 52 thou above, and does not win the drag race. Left-hand side, Dave Dissinger, 654 for Dave, and Tom Spangler, 676. And Dissinger in control by 19 thou, 002 in the left-hand lane. Give it to David. How about 2 dead, 4-6 total, taking 8 thou is Dave Dissinger. Fantastic lap. Spangler's 21 and 7 thou under. No good. 2 dead, 4 for Dave Dissinger. Now, next pair, right-hand side. That Chevrolet is Rock Mosier. 586 for Rock. And Devin Dudley, last night's runner-up, the guy that put me on the trailer in the semifinal, dropped me on my noggin. Back around here in round number 1. Woo, Devin. Woo, Devin. 001 to a 30. Devin Dudley is your winner. 1 take 15 to be 22 thou above. That's 23 total. Mosier is 30. That 38 total. And no good. Nick Bauman, left-hand side. 648 the dial-in for Nick Bauman and Jamie Colin. 585 for the 68 Camaro from Reading, Pennsylvania. Good clean drag. 003 to a 10. Win light. Nick Bauman on the double breakout. Poor Jamie Colin. 10 take a thou. Does not win the drag race. He loses the breakout. He could not take the finish line. Absolutely could not take the finish line. Bauman's 3 and 3 thou under. 8 thou difference in breakout goes to Nick Bauman. Right-hand side. That is Kevin Pollard. KP 547, the ET prediction. And Al Kramer. 578 for the New Jersey native in the 14 Ford Cobra. Well, I don't see a Ford Cobra. I see no race car, period. Oh, he's in the bleach box still. There we go. He's doing the burn it out. Or the dry hop, whatever that was. He don't need it. It looked like he's on radials. Two fast door cars, 547, 578 on the scoreboards, a pair. Like I said, he don't need no burnout. He clips it, Red. Hollywood ready, 008 and 5 thou under. His one light is on as Al Kramer's 168 red. And, yeah. Right-hand side, Bobby Matera. The hits keep coming. The hitters are at the end of the pack. 570 for the Opal. And Tim Rubendale, 679 for the Mustang. Like I said, the hits keep coming. 003 for Bobby Matera. Win light, Bobby Matera. 3 take 26 to be 45 thou above is Rubendale. Misses it to 058. Can't be that late against Bobby Matera. Sticks at 16 thou above, and he's 26 thou short at the finish line. Bill Coat, left-hand side. 542 the dial for the hard charging 80 Camaro. And Robert Smith, 640. The ET for the 66 Chevy Twice. True start victory goes to Robert Smith. 6 red beats the 10 red. 6 red and 19 thou above as Bill Coat was fighting for his life a little bit down there. after dropping at 10 red. This is a good one. Brandon Michaels, left-hand side, 698. He was deep in the show. Main event, I believe he was a quarter finalist. And Jake Narr, 545 for Jake, that may be a racer. Jake is racing, hunting down Michaels. Cast the starting line. Does not have the win light as Brandon Michaels crosses at 88 miles an hour. He lets Jake take every bit of that 65 finish line. Lands at 43 thou above. 17 takes 65 to bust her out. 3 thou. Michaels makes the finish line work. And he moves that entry to round number 2. Left-hand side, Cam Murray. 652 for the part-time announcer. And Denny McCloskey, 684 in the borrowed Bob Mulaney ride. Both drivers fixing to put them 2 on, then putting 1 out, going in deep. Don't mind my voice. It's a little shaky from talking yesterday. Good, clean drag race. 6 out between them, 18 to a 24. Light it up for Cam Murray. Not a bad lap for Denny. 24 take 11 to lose the double bust out. Cam Murray's 18 and 4 thou under and wins the double breakout by 17 thou. He crosses at 101. He could probably go 102, 3-ish. So McCloskey doesn't catch it. And Murray moves on. Right-hand side. Gene North, 569 for the Racers tape ride. John Hedenberg, 642 on his window. Gene clips it a little early. 21 red for Northup. John, 48, dead zero, 48 total. Will secure his spot in round number 2. As we keeping on left-hand side, Seth Phillips and Soggy Dunn's Camaro, 626. And the Mustang, right-hand side, don't have a car number, but it says Tasca. 557 for the Tasca mobile. Seth, don't screw these up. Phillips in full control, win light. Seth Phillips on the double breakout. 12 take 25 to be 30 thou in front of that breakout. As right-hand side, 67. And like I said, 30 thou difference in breakout goes to Seth Phillips. Brody Hart in the left-hand lane. The S10, 613. From Sauterton, Pennsylvania, and J.T. Schaefer, 635. And at this time, I will take double buybacks, double reentry, please, double buybacks, lanes 1 and 2. If you are doubled in the reentry round, lanes 1 and 2, please. If you are doubled in the reentry round, lanes 1 and 2 are open for you. Lanes 1 and 2 are open for doubles in the reentry round. Brody Harp, 613. JT, 635. JT Schaefer, full control by about 49 thou in the right-hand lane. Winlight will stay there as well. 31, take 5 to be dead 7. That's 38 total. Brody, 80 up front. Busts her out. Struck her out. What's a strikeout? Well, let me tell you what a strikeout is. When you're late, that's strike 1. You bust her out, that's strike 2. You didn't take the strike, that's strike 3, and it's 3 strikes, and you're out of here. Bobby Pennenbaker, 689 for the 4th gen ride. Ray Martindale, 694. The 64 Ford Fairlane. That thing's cool. Oh, it may be cool, but he is late. Bobby. Should be Bobby. Could be Bobby. It's Bobby. 18, take 22 to be 600ths above the dial-in. That's 78 total. Martindale is 97, dead 3, and he lays down a 100 pack and is 22 thou short at the finish line. David P. Harvey III. He put his whole name in here. 671 for David P. Harvey III. And Joe Diedrich, 630 for Joe. This is all Joe. Already ate him up, probably barking at the competition. And he barked at him. 7, take 13, dead 7, 104 to be 14 total. David P. Harvey III had no shot. 48 and 21 thou under. The kids call that no good. Left-hand side, Emily Alabak, 608. And Jay-Sean Trey-Sean, right-hand side. 605 for Jason Parker. Emily, your winner. Jay-Sean is 5 thou red. And holding just a little bit out there, sticks at 57 thou under. Emily, 19 and 5 thou under. Not a bad lap for her. Move her on to the next round. So I have called doubles in the reentry round. I have called doubles for buybacks. I will now take red run sticker. Red run sticker reentry, please. Red run sticker reentry. I need my doubles. I need my red run sticker reentry. The staging lanes for the buyback round. As Johnson Ryder. Right inside, 622, and Mike Franek, 643. It helps if you read. Murray, 003 on the Christmas tree. Wind light is on and sticks it just a simple, cool 53 thou under. Frank, 1 red. I mean, he's pretty under himself. You ready to hop? Oh, my goodness. What is this name? Brett Slittig? Brett something. Brett S., 604. Rob Hockmiller, 571. I'm going to figure this name out. Hold, please. Schlichtig. I think that's what I'm going to go with. Brett Slick-Tig. Well, Robbie's in control by about 22 thou. 30 to 52. Light it up for Rob Hockmiller. Red is 52, take 8 thou. Breaker out 13 thou. Which means he had no shot. 30 and 17 thou above is 47 total, and by 5 thou, Brett was locked out. Leo Drysdale, left-hand side, 574, the ET. And Lee Ratskovic. Piscataway, New Jersey. That's a town name. 656. We got ourselves a good clean one. 2 thou between them. 18 to a 16. Lighted up for Lee Ratskovic. 16 1 above 0 is 26 total. As Drysdale's 18, take 17, Buster out, 9 foul. Had to take 8 or less. Lee keeps on keeping on. Round number 2. Paul Scribani, left-hand side, 635 for the third-gen ride. And Wayne Buckwalter, 687 for Wayne. This is all Paul Scribani. 008 on the tree. Take 83 to be a lot above. 10th and some change, to say the least. I don't even want to do the math. Buckwalter is 10th and a half up front and 66 thou above. That's all she wrote. Left-hand side, C.J. Ketterer, 730, and the man that drops spots everybody, Jason Lawrence. I'm going to tell you about it. He's going to go down there. He's going to stop, probably cross at like 93 miles an hour. You just got to kill what you're holding and be in front. 645 for Jason Lawrence. So like I said, I'm calling the shot. We're going to cross at 93 or 94 miles an hour. Got to cross in front and kill what you're holding. 6 to a 10, so it's a good, clean drag up front. Here comes the drop spot. And there it is. 10 drops to take a thou to be 96 miles an hour. Dead 3, 13 total. Executed to perfection was that by Jason Lawrence. Ketterer, he tried, man. 6 dead 8. 14 total. It is 1 thou short on Jason Lawrence. Fantastic race. Scott Embley left the inside, 750 to dial in, and Walt Haas. Walt, 718 for last night's best in show, if I do recall. Well, 18 to a 54. Walt's in control. Walt's eating them alive, and Walt is your winner. 18 take 9 to be 49 thou above. My man with the clear out. I can't get through my little speech there. Interrupted me. Embley is 54 and 22 thou above. I know y'all heard that in the live feed. That was drastic. Oh, that's last night's winner. That's probably why. He's probably still a little hungover. 573. For the guy's name I can't remember, but on the ET thing it says Sick McNasty. He looks over and sees Northup just chilling back there in the burnout bunt. So if I had to guess, if this is, like I said, I can't remember his. I should, because he won, We're only down to 4 together. If I had to guess, this was the last pair of round number 1, because he should have been the wait-and-see buy. We waited to see. It wasn't meant to be. He dials in 573. And Northup, 580 in the beautiful 67 Camaro. As I have called double buybacks, I've called red run sticker for buybacks. So re-entry round is open. Lanes 1 and 2 for doubles and red run sticker. So the final pair, we got 2 bulbs looking for 4. We got 3 bulbs looking for 4. Here we go. Final pair, round number 1. And it's a little ugly. 42 to 140. Win light.
All right, let's kick off buyback round. We got JT Banks Jr. on the left side of the track, dialing 642 in the 72 Camaro. Jillian Kleinfelder in the S15 on the other side of the track is going with the 633. Both a little late on the hit, but Kleinfelder a little better on the tree. And the wind light's going to go too. Jillian Kleinfelder. JT Banks Jr. gets there first by 12, but breaks on out by 7 thousandths of a second. Had to take, let's do our mental math right here, 5 or less to win. Would have been tough for JT. Didn't do it. Kleinfelder back in the second round. Eric Henry versus John Alcott. Eric Henry. John Alcott's got a big tree advantage on Henry. Should have a lot of room, and looks like he does. And he almost takes a car length there, but it doesn't matter. 90 at the stripe. There's a 756 on a 7 with the 753. Win light going to Alcott. All right. We're just going to call everybody up to the lanes for buybacks. Everyone who bought back, all colors, everything up to the lanes for buybacks. All colors, everything for buybacks up to the lanes. All colors for buybacks come up to the lanes. Jordan Wilhelm, close side of the track, going with a 617 for the dial-in. Clay Grillikin on the other side says 617. Haven't seen a heads-up race in a bit. Well, here we got one. Change that. We're not heads-up. We got tricked. Did we? Wilhelm, not 17, 618 for the dial-in. Grillikin, 617 for the dial-in. Almost heads up, just not heads up anymore. See what they can do. Both pretty good on the tree, but Grillikin a little better and has the advantage by 9. The win light going Grillikin's way. 004, take 7. Beat dead 5. 9 total. Going to pack out Jordan Wilhelm's 13 on the tree. Play Grillikin back in. Todd Toman. From a familiar place to me and my dad. York, PA. He's in the 68 Nova. He's dialing a 632. Left lane is going with a 687. Very close on the tree. Only 2 thou separate them. This could go either way, and the win light's going to go to the better light of 15. Left lane goes a 687 on an 887 with a 6. Dead 6, 21 total. Would have been hard to get into. But anyways, Toman breaks it on out. Gets there first by 13. Had to take 2 or less to win that. And hard. Brock Majer, Jake Nahr. Majer in the S10. Nar on the other side. Jake is going to have the advantage on the tree, and it looks like he's going to catch him. And yes, he does. He catches him. Gets there by 12 to go. A 45 with a 5 on a 5:44 for the win. Will Marshall, far side, on the octane side of the track. He's going 587 for the predicted ET. Left lane says 604.
All right, well, we got a little bit of a staging duel going on here. Morgano says he's had enough, puts it in the beams. Here comes Marshall. It looked like Camden is already caught, and he is. Will Marshall for the win. 44, 2 above, gets him there first. 50. Morgano, 1 above 1, excuse me, to be 122 total. No good. Will Marshall will get back in. All right, here we go. Next pair, Greg Myers and Soggy Dunn. Early heads up here, 581 for the Camaro, taking on Soggy Dunn's 579. Advantage going to the house truck. Red light going to the house truck. 31 takes 6 to be 1 above. For Soggy Dunn gets the win. Myers is dead on 5 to be 51 total. Leaves him 6 thou behind. Soggy Dunn will get back in on that entry as Steve Dickey and Matt Richeza get ready to go here. Dickey tower side dialed in 602 for the Camaro. Matt Richeza dialed in 580 for the Mustang. Once again, all re-entry has been called. We've called all re-entry. If you visited the base of the tower and paid $100 to get back in, we will take you to the lanes now, please. $10,000 advantage for Richeza. 17,000 win late for Richeza. 581.2 on the 580 after an 016 reaction time. Dickey, 26, 1 above 9 for 45 total. Leaves him 17,000 behind. Richeza puts up a solid 28,000 package to get back in on that entry as Jesse Marshall and Mark Latoy. Bring it up now. Marshall, 683 dial in for the Baccaruda. Going to be getting chased by the Southbridge, Massachusetts Vega, belonging to Latoy, dialed in 577. Latoy cuts him in half at the starting line. See what he does at the finish line. Gets the win light. Dead on 3 to be 29 total. Locks out Jesse Marshall, who was 052 in reaction time. And as TJ Jordan alluded to earlier, that's a strikeout. 1. Late, 52, compared to Latoy at least. 2, Got there second, 3, broke it out anyway. Mark Latoy gets back in on that entry as Zach Wolf brings up the Belvedere here, tower side, 747, taking on Mike Mode, 683 for the Mustang. Advantage in this one going to Wolf. Winlight going to Mode. Wolf couldn't run the numbers. 751 on the 747, had 200ths in the bank, a 30 to a 50. Mode dead on 8 to be 58 total, gets his entry back in for $10,000 here on B&M Performance. 10K Sunday. Good matchup here. You wouldn't normally see this one in re-entry. Dave Dissinger, Dave Harvey Jr. Both those drivers going to be part of the if you ain't first, you're last team battle later on today. And a win light here going to go to Harvey on this particular run. 17 and a thou under. Get their first 8. Dissinger missed it. He's 44 and 200ths under. Alan Yout and Candy Anderson identical passing the tree, and a win light going to Candy. Drops him off down there to pick up the win. 35, one above. 614 at 102 for Candy. Will advance as Yount, also 35, gets 38 thousandths worth of win light, or win stripe, I should say, and breaks it out by 28 thou. Had to take 10 or less. Candy Anderson back in. That's sweet. Chris Connor, he's up here now taking Mike Griner's race car for a spin. 573, going to be given chase to Bill Wilson, dialed in 614. Thou separate him. Advantage, a slight one going to Chris Connor. Win light going to Chris Connor. Got there second. Stayed above the dial. That turns on a win light. 12th thou above. With an 039 reaction time, Wilson 41 and 6 thou out. Took 16, had to take 10 or less. Chris Connor will be back. Robert Smith going to take on Brian Cool. Actually, I think this is Greg Eachis, or it has been for the last couple days at least. Eachis 585 dial in here, tower side, and Brian Cool 647. Time advantage going to the tower side. Win light going. Whoa. I wouldn't have picked that one. Ryan Cool turns on the win light. He's dead zero to be 54 total. Eachis, 2. Slows it down, 590 at 108. Leaves him 4 thou behind. Brian Cool gets away with one. Gets back in for 10K. Another dirty matchup here in the re-entry round. Deadly Devin Dudley and Lee Zane. Dudley, 642 dial in here, tower side. Last night's runner-up. Try and get this entry back in at least for 10K Sunday. See if he can take it one round further later on tonight. 667 dial in for the Apollo belonging to Lee Zane. Nasty as advertised. 2 thou separate him. Win light. Drops everywhere and a win light for Dudley. Wow. Zane 6. Left second. Takes 31 thousandths worth of wind stripe to break it out by 19 thou. Goes 665 at 96. Dudley, 004, stops to go one above 4. 18 total, 643 at 99. Neither driver crossed at over 100. And Devin Dudley going to get back in. Trenton Sayers, tower side, 634 dialing for the Mustang. Going to be getting or chasing slightly here as Brandon Karachmezian, the Impala out of Wackham, Massachusetts, 636. Brandon was supposed to leave first. He did not. Drop. No good. Sayers, 11 dead, 2, 13 total. And unfortunately for Karachmezian, he had nothing for that. 41, 5 thou under, still left him 23 thou behind. Trent Sayers get back in for round 2. Joe McLaughlin, the Malibu here left side, 759, taking on third-gen Camaro, dialed in 590. And Camaro's out of here, 61 red. McLaughlin, 36. Dead 3, 39 total. Here comes Nathan Mendenhall and Joe Cooper. Mendenhall out of Parksburg, Pennsylvania. 615 dialing for the man that kills the trash can. 657 the prediction for the Mustang for Joe Cooper coming in out of Finksburg, Maryland. Tenth out advantage for Cooper, parlays it into a win light. 21, dead 1, 22 total. Mendenhall's locked out. 31, take 1. Breaks it out 100th. Had no chance of winning the race on that one. Joe Cooper will get back into round 2. Marty Flegel going to take on Jamie Horton. Flegel 602 dialing for the pickup truck. And 666 for Jamie Horton. Advantage in a win light going to Flegel. 20, take 19 to be dead on 4, 24 total. Horton, 29 and 1 above, no good. So Horton will have to park that entry for today. Unless, of course, he has another entry, or we also have, later on today, the Morris Transmissions and Auto Change Your Luck race. May have got the sponsor wrong on that one. Morris Performance Transmissions, apologize. Morris Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck race. So if you have not visited the pay window all weekend, which we'll know after round 2 at the earliest, you had to have been here at least 2 days. This is a free entry race for $1,000 to win. It'll be happening later on today. Stacey Orth and Kevin Core on track right now, and this one's over as Orth kicks it big time red, then goes dead on 4. Kevin Core lays down a nice lap, 15 dead 9, 24 total. Kevin Core is my fantasy matchup here today. So we'll see how that goes. Unfortunately, another week that I could not start my 3rd overall pick, Shedeur Sanders. Very disappointing. So he got taken out. Casey Stewart going to take on Frank Armando. Oh, no, I'm playing Corey. thought I was playing Cup. AC 622 dialing for the Cutlass. Let's go back to racing. Frank Armando dialed in 632. Frank Armando with a red light gives the automatic win to Macy, who's 70, dead 9, 85 total. Must have learned that one from Matt. Regardless, win light's on. Macy's going to make her way back into round number 2. Jack Alloway and Russ Archer. The Jack of all trades, 637 dialing for the Malibu. Archer, the Dodge Aspen wagon, 676. Advantage on a win light for Archer. 15 takes 16 to break it out 100th as Jack 53 and behind 16 and broke it out further. He was out by, that looks like 32. Double breakout win, give it to Russ Archer. Here comes Jeremy Kleinfelter. 635 dialing for the pickup truck, taking on Bucks. Big Bucks Bob, 678 in the Camaro. Big Bucks has a big advantage on this one, and the Camaro flashing the brake lights. Seeing the win light, 20, dead on 5, 25 total, took a foul down there. Kleinfelter, 64, and broke it out a lot, 38 thousandths. Mulaney, 20 take 1, dead 5, 25 pack, gets him back in round 2. Bo Reeves going to take on Mark Kelly. Reeves 626 dialing. Going to be giving up just a slight head start to Mark Kelly, dialed in 627. Red light start for Reeves. Give the win to Kelly. 57 dead, 663 total. Reeves was red and ran it 6 under. My man. Fortunately, no good. I will end that entry for him. Another good matchup here. We've got a lot of good matchups here in the re-entry round. Kevin Mendenhall taking on David Harvey 3. The Le Mans, right side of the racetrack, 669. Going to be leaving first. Mendenhall, the Nova, dialed in 594. Mendenhall's got a lot to work with here. Harvey stops, no good. Gave him a ton down there. He gave him 86. 677 at 93 miles an hour for Harvey. Couldn't make it work. Put him 8 above. Mendenhall 13, 3 above for the win. What's that? 46 total. Did lock out Harvey, who was 048. John Alloway now, and Terry Benton Jr. Alloway dialed in 625. Benton 623. Another pair of close dial-ins on this one. Once again, re-entry, make sure you're making your way back. Re-entry, especially our doubles. Re-entry, make sure you're in the lanes. Doubles, make sure you're getting on back. Re-entry, we've called all re-entry here for B&M Performance 10K Sunday. All re-entry has been called. Well, Terry Benton was supposed to leave second. He did not. He is way out there, and Benton's not going to mess that one up. 26, take 53 to be 6 above. Alloway, 88, 5 above. Just not a good lap all around. I'm not sure what happened there. It sounded a little funky, I feel like, when it left. And Terry Benton's going to capitalize, move back into round 2. Dennis Gerhardt, he was one of the lucky drivers who took $100 from Shane and Andy last night during the Reaction Time Challenge. He's here tower side in the wagon, dialed 587. Going to be giving chase to Pyle, Jesse Rothenberger. I love that Camaro. 738 dial-in for the Northrop car. And Pyle's going to see a win light, as it should. 007 red for Gerhardt. Give the automatic win to Rothenberger. She is 30 and 1 above. Nice lap. We love seeing Pyle turn on win lights. Shout out Paul Northrup. Uline Paul. Kevin Lewis going to take on Jason Parker next pair. 676 for Lewis, 73 Nova. Parker bringing the Mustang up, dialed in 604. Lewis is in a world of hurt. Jason Parker, rip, and a win light. 29 for above, still gets there first 40. Lewis broke it out trying to get there. 675 on the 676. Reaction time started with a 1. That was not going to work against Jason Parker. Justin Hackley going to take on Zach Rothenberger. Hackley, the 76 Nova. 610 dial-in coming in out of West Virginia. As Rothenberger, 718 dial-in for the Camaro, dialed in 718. Just said that. Morgantown, Pennsylvania, where Zach Rothenberger calls home. Rothenberger holding 200s. Rothenberger picking up a win. 28 dead on 3, 31 total. Takes a win as Hackley was 50 and to above. No good. Zach Rothenberger works his way back in. John Finkel and Rock Mosier. Finkel made it down to our semifinals last night in the Gamblers race. 641 dial-in. Rock out of Percassi, Pennsylvania, 586 dial-in for the Camaro. Ford versus Chevrolet. Not sure what happened to Rock on that one, but a big-time miss. 45 red for Rock. Finkel, 21, 9th thou under on the free look at 641. Gets back in on that one. Jeremy Paust and Tom Spangler. 745 dial-in for Jeremy. He's here tower side in the Pinto. 675 dial-in for Spangler. Going to roll in deep. Spangler going to lose out on that entry by 1,000th of a second. Kicks it 001 pink. Automatic win for Paus, 45 and 1 above. Get him back into round number 2 as Theo Myers and Bobby Pennebaker start making their way towards the three-stage beams. Myers, 599 dial-in for the 83 modeled Camaro. The 2002 version over there on the Octane 94 side is Pennebaker, dialed in 690. Red light start for Pennebaker. Automatic win for Myers. 20 and 7th out under on the free look at 599. Pennebaker, for the record, 689.8 at 99 after predicting 690, but the red light knocked him out. Frank Maffiori going to take on Chris Gagne. The T-shirt model, right side, dialed in 620 out of Monroe, New Jersey. Going to be getting chased down by Edison, New Jersey's. Frank Maffiori dialed in 610. Both drivers are 40, and a win light for Chris Gagne. 621 on the 620. Gets him there first 14. Maffiori, 612 on the 610. He's in 14th thou behind. Chris Gagne going to get that entry back in. Brody Harp take on Tom Scripignano. Scriff dialed in 649. For the 86 S-Dime. We'll be looking over his left shoulder at Brody Harp, dialed in 612, the 99 modeled version of the S10. Winlight Scriff, 9 red for Brody Harp. Knocks him out on that entry. Scriff, 009 green and 647 on the 49. Gets him back in. And we're right back to it already with Greg Myers and Nicky Thomas. The race started at the burnout. We are already bumping them in. It's 581 dialing for the Camaro, 619 for the pickup truck. Red light start for Greg Myers. Give the win to Nicky Thomas. She is 10 and 9 thou under. Free look at 619. Myers 18 red, 580 with a 5 after dialing 581. He parked on that entry. Jeff Stewart, Mike Barbone will be next. Stewie dialed in 629. He's here tower side, the Malibu. Over there, right side of the racetrack, 665 for Barbone. Good race right there, especially if your name's Jeff Stewart. He picks up the win. 21 dead 5, 26 total. Gets him back in. Barbone had room. He's 22. Took 6 thou to break it out. 2 thou. Had to take 4 or less. Jeff Stewart moves back in on that entry. Soggy Dunn going to take on Jamie Cologne. 579 dial in for the house truck here tower side. Jamie Cologne brings up the Camaro right side of the racetrack, 585, getting very flickery with the bulb out there. Still going. That had to have been at least 12 flickers. He's 002, see if he can make it work. He does. 002 take 004 to be 3 above for Jamie Cologne. Soggy was 14. He was right there with him, 14 to a 2, but truck wasn't running the number. 582 on the 579. And Jamie Cologne going to move on in round 2. Scott Embley back up now. The Blazer, 751. Saylorsburg, Pennsylvania's very own Scooter. Going to be getting chased by Brian Davison, 648. Well, the 2 times I've called Scott today, he's been 34, but he's got an advantage in this one and a win light. 34, take 8 to be 2 above for the win, as Davison was a cool 69 on the tree. Got there second, but broke it out by 7th out trying to get there. Scott Embley will get that entry back in. Kevin Pollard going to take on Morgan Harp. 2-second handicap here. 8th mile, that's definitely a lot, especially when we're only running with door cars. Pollard, the quicker one here tower side, 546. Morgan Harp, 746. Kevin Pollard got 200s in his pocket. Usually that's enough. 7 take 10 to be 1 above 118 total for Kevin Pollard. Morgan Harp gave it his best, 29 and a thou under, but was locked out. Kevin Pollard's 18-pack. Pollard gets back in. Jimbo Romagna and William Hines. Romagna. I think this is the Cuddy Buddy, previously owned by Matt Richeza. 667 dial in. William Hines, the Ford F100, dialed in 616. William Hines turns on the red light. Not sure if it would have mattered much because he annihilated the tires back here. Only that thing does a nice little wheelie out to the 60-foot blocks, but not on that pass. Regardless, Jimbo Romagna going to get back in. 672 on the 667 with an 063 reaction time. Automatic win after the red light start from Hines. Win light on the last pair going to the right side. Driver not on file at the moment, but we'll get that fixed. 21, one above, gets the win as Jed Narr, last night's Gamblers winner. 002 red, 596 on the 595. Is Jeannie driving that right now? He might be. My screen says it's Jeannie. Very well could be Dan, though. That's one of them. 570 dial-in here for the ISC Racers Tape Vega. Taking on Evan Pouse, 648 dial-in for the Vega Wagon. Well, whoever is driving on that one, that is a burn ticket as 5 red for Northrop, whichever one it was. Poust is 75, 2 above. Moving on. Another great matchup here. Seth Phillips driving Soggy Dunn's Camaro. 630 dial-in. Going to be giving chase ever so slightly to Todd Bowman. Dialed in 631 in his Nova. Talked about Dissinger doing the Hot Rod Drag Week a couple weeks back. Toman did as well in his Nova over there right side. Thou separate them. Who can play the finish line better? Winlight says Toman. 26 to a 28 were the reaction times. Advantage Phillips. Double breakout affair. Advantage Toman. He's out by 9 thou. Phillips out by 25 thou. Toman dropped him off down there. 101 the speed. Phillips was definitely on the whoa pedal as well at 105. Took 18. It didn't work. Had to take 2 or less. Todd Toman back in. Absolute last and final call for re-entry. If you're not here, you are very late. We're running out the last few cars here very shortly. Absolute last and final call for re-entry. If you have not run, we need you here now. It's going to be put out a first call for round 2 doubles of B&M Performance 10K Sunday. Round 2 doubles. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Round 2 doubles, lanes 1 and 2. Bud McNasby and Leo Drysdale. McNasby and Drysdale heading out to the 8th mile. Winlight going to Drysdale. McNasby's 14 takes 61. He was on the binders down there. I could see it. But he broke out by 6 thou. Drysdale, 27, 4 above. Little Leo said he's been dialing the car. He missed it on that one. I'll give him a hard time about it later. But nonetheless, big Leo, big party. Going to come back for round 2. Al Kramer and Bill Cody going to come up now. He's got a pair of pretty quick door cars. All right, got that all sorted out. Kramer and Cody, 588 dialing for Kramer. Cody, 542. Win light going to Cody. 61 dead 0. Gets him back in as Kramer late and then put it 11 hundredths under. That was an interesting race. That's for sure. 61 dead 0 is still 13 behind at the finish line. The left lane broke out by 11 hundredths. Do the math on that one. Walt Haas. The Top Fuel Polara. That's what it says on my screen at least. 717. You saw from last night the reaction time challenge. And John Olcott dialed in 753. Haas clipped it red by 5 thou. Gave the win to Olcott. 16 and 6 thou under. That was a weird one. I don't know. We got the pair in the water box showed up on the computer screen there for a second. We got Mike Franek and Dangly Zach. Double red and give it to Dangly Zach. 13 red, 6 thou under gets the win as Franek was 20 red and 26 thou under. Once again, doubles, doubles, doubles for round 2. Doubles will take you now, please. Doubles. Round 2. Doubles will take you to the lanes, please. Round 2 doubles. Need you now, please. Russ Archer and Danny McCloskey be the next two. Archer 676 dialing for the Aspen Wagon. McCloskey in the, well, that says Firebird, but he broke that yesterday. Got Mulaney's Camaro 681. McCloskey for the win there as Archer drops at 12th thou red. McCloskey 12th thou to the good and goes 24th thou under. Gets his entry back in. Dave Harvey Jr. taking on CJ Ketterer. If I remember correctly, I think CJ is the round 1 lucky loser for best losing package. I definitely didn't hear anything better than 14 total, I think is what it was, if I heard TJ correctly. Both drivers going to roll in deep gear. 688 for Harvey, 731 for Ketterer. Harvey missed it. This should be all CJ Ketterer, and it is all CJ Ketterer. 19 dead 2, backed up the 14 pack with a 21 pack. Give it to CJ. Harvey 48, 7th thou under. No good. CJ back in for round 2. David Barton going to be your bye run here, the re-entry round. 559 dialing for the Camaro. And once again, we need round 2 doubles. Round 2 doubles. Need you, please. Red and blue, you are on short standby. Martin right there, 003 red, dead 5. And that ends re-entry here on B&M Performance, 10K Sunday. Doubles, 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 doubles. For round 2, need you to 1 and 2, please. Round 2 doubles. Need you now, please. While it's quiet, we can also announce the wait and see buy for round number 2. Car number 198. I believe that is Shannon Fordyce. I think I heard that right after my second run, trip zip, or maybe my first one. At some point, I definitely heard Shannon Fordyce strip zip, and 198 looks like the right number for that. So wait and see buy for round 2. Car number 198, I believe to be Shannon Fordyce. Doing a little track maintenance out there before we get going with round number 2. Round number 2 brought to you by Midtown Tire and Automotive, as they have been the round 2 sponsor all weekend long here at the 9th Annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. They were also your sponsor in the Reaction Time Challenge last night. We saw quite a few winners during the challenge last night, the most that I can remember in quite a while. We're looking for doubles and red and blue run stickers. You're going to be on a short standby for round 2 call. All right, attention to the pits. Red and blue. Red and blue will take you as well for round number 2. Doubles, red and blue. Need you back for round 2, please. Doubles, red and blue. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Doubles, red and blue for round 2. We need you to 1 and 2. Doubles, red and blue. somewhere in that range. It's open to anyone who didn't visit the pay window all weekend. Must have run at least 2 days here at Door Wars to be eligible for that. But it is a free entry race, $1,000 to win. So if you did not visit the pay window at all throughout the course of this event, that race is there for you later on here today. Something to look forward to. Change your luck after the first 3 days didn't go as well as you may have wanted them to. We also have the team championship battle coming up later on today as well. Not 100% sure on the schedule of that just yet. So a lot still to come here on B&M Performance 10K Sunday. We got a $10,000 check. We got a change your luck race, $1,000 check, and then we also have the team championship battle coming up here on Sunday. Doubles red and blue, doubles red and blue, looking for you. Doubles red and blue, round 2. We'll take you now, please. All right, we got another challenge for you down at the base of the tower. First person to be wearing a former, not this weekend's, former FRBR event shirt. First person to the base of the tower is going to win a prize. Does not need to be Door Wars. It could be any FRBR event, just not this one. First person down to the base of the tower is going to win a prize. Once again, doubles red and blue. Doubles red and blue. We'll take you to lanes, please. Doubles red and blue for round 2. We will take you.
Second round kicks off with left side Marty Flegel. In his yellow S10, says 601, going up against Brian Cool in the Mustang. Cool, I think 647 is going to get the job done. Doubles red and blue. Doubles red and blue. To the staging lane. Both drivers away green and 1,000 separate them. Slight edge to Flegel, win light to Flegel. Brian took 4 to be 5 thou under. Locked out by 1/1000th of a second. Flegel 45 dead egg. Pushes him through. Now it's Chris Connor in Mike Reiner's Chevelle. Going up against Tom Scrifignano. Scrifignano dials 648 in the truck. Connor says 572. Started out in the Vega. Still ailing him somewhat. So talked to his buddy Mike into letting him run the high-flying Chevelle. Both drivers away green. Scrifignano with the advantage in this one by 17 thousandths and the win light. He's 46 total, locking out Connor's 61 reaction time. Scriff takes 29 to put it dead 2. Now it's Joe Dedrick and Matt Richeza. Maple Grove's current track champion in the right-hand lane in the Vega. Richeza, multi-time FRBR event winner. In fact, the most decorated FRBR event winner. And he's got big checks from just about everywhere he goes. Dialed 579. Joe caught too much of it. 15 red. Richeza 8. 1 above 1. 19 total. And Dedrick down to 1 entry. JT Schaefer, Kevin Pollard, your next pair. Schaefer left side. Out of Willow Street, PA, that's an 82 Capri. Dial 635. Pollard. And that gorgeous purple Camaro says 546. I believe the fastest car on property this weekend. And Pollard turns it 3 thou pink and rolls out of the throttle. Saves it for the second entry. Schaefer, 42 dead 3 for the win. Bob Gagne, Chris Black, Bubba Black out of Minerva, Ohio. Left side says 637. Gagne from New Jersey. New Media Dragway regular. Came down here to hang out with us this weekend, though. Says 622. Gagne, little early, 10 on the red side. Black, 28, dead 9, 37 total. Gagne put it 1 above after letting go 100th too early. Brings us to Kyle Core and Scott Smith. Core, former track champion at New Media Dragway a couple years ago. Off the bottom, he's regularly a top bulber these days, but went back to the third to come out and play with us this weekend. Scott Smith in the Monza, a former Division I champion in Street Eliminator. Both drivers away green. One is 00, which gives him a 16,000th second advantage, and the win light. Scott Smith, 13 total. Gets him there first 18 over the 31 total of Kyle Core. Now it's Lorelei Hoover and Jamie Colon. Lorelei out of New Media Dragway. Jamie, a Maple Grove regular. Jamie Colon, 28,000s up front and converts. He takes 10. He's 007, 22,000s above, 29 total. Eliminates the 35 reaction time of Hoover.
Clay Grillikin in the left lane. Dialing 617 to Dennis Coors, 678. Clay Grillikin with the advantage on the tree. See what he can do with the 26 foul to play with. And he does it right. Takes one at the stripe for the win. To go 11th out over the number to be 14 total. Nothing Dennis Court could do about that one. Grillikin going to third. Rory Weenie in the left lane. Dials a 617. Find him in the 89 S10. Bobby Matera on the other side in the 70 Buick Opel. Dialed a 570. Bobby Matera with the advantage over Mel Murphy, but not by a lot. But Bobby gets the win. Takes 4 at the stripe to go 18 over the predicted ET, and he'll be moving on. Jake Morris, Jason Parker. Parker coming from Mechanicsville, Maryland. He's dialed at 603. Morris from Wilmington, Delaware. A little away. Morris says 616 for the dial-in. Parker's going to have about 30,000 to play with. Let's see if he can. And he gets the win. Goes dead 6 to be 33 total. The lockout, Jake Morris. Morris couldn't do anything there. Jason Parker, 27, got there by 16, won a 6.046. 6.03. TJ Jordan up here earlier. Give me a break. Chris Gunyer on the other side. Dialed 620. TJ is going to have the advantage here. Times by 4. That's Chris's light. And the win light is going to go Chris Gunyer's way. 44 on the tree. Doesn't get there first. TJ Jordan does by 60. Breaks on out by 9 thousandths. Had to take 51 or less to take the win right there. TJ Jordan breaking on out. Gunyer moving on. William Gill, Candy Anderson. Candy Anderson says 613 for the dial-in. Gill says 558. Both a little late on the head. Candy Anderson, the better of the two. 47 on the tree and gets the win on the double breakout. Candy Anderson breaks out by almost 300ths. It goes 6-10-9 on a 6:13 for the win. Candy Anderson, moving on. Mendenhall. Kevin Mendenhall says 6 flat for the dial-in. You can find him on the Pro Torque side of the track in the 66 Nova. Alan Core Jr. on the other side in the Dodge Polara. Dials 765. Six dials separate them. This could go either way. Kevin Mendenhall with the worst of the two lights. And Kevin Mendenhall with the win. Kevin Mendenhall, 21, dead 7 for a 28 total package. Alan Core, a little office number. 19th thou to be exact. It's going to be a little slower than Kev. Kev's going to get their 6 and take the win. Trenton Sayers, Johnson Ryder. Ryder, all the way from New Hampshire. Trenton Sayers on the other side, dials 739. Ryder goes 621. Both dropping it red, but Trenton almost perfect. 001 red. Johnson Ryder, 6 red. Win light's going to be going Sayers' way. Sayers is moving on. James Young in the left lane, coming up from New Jersey. Dials a 687. Will Marshall on the other side. From PA, he's going with a 587. James Young dropping it 5 red. Will Marshall's going to be getting the win on that one. 19 on the tree. Goes a 584.5 on a 587. Moving on. Nick Bauman, Evan Post. Heads up race right here. Both dialed 648. Bauman on the Pro Torque side of the track. Dialed 648. Yeah, I didn't mean to say that again, but I was going to try and say he is in the 70 Duster. In the other lane, the Octane, you can find Post in the 74 Vega Wagon. Bauman going to have the advantage here. Going to have the room. Uses the room wisely. Goes dead 3, 15 total to lock out Evan Post. Another run. Bauman, nothing Post could do there. Bauman moving on. Jordan Wilhelm. Sick McNasty. McNasty, the winner from yesterday, I believe. Won in the main event. Beat Deadly Devin Dudley. He's dialed 573. McNasty. Jordan Wilhelm on the other side dialed 617. McNasty is very nasty. 001 on the tree. Going to have a small advantage here, and he's going to get the win. Wilhelm takes it straight by 16, breaking on out by 100th. Had to take 6 or less to win that one. McNasty, another nasty run, pushing him on in the next round. Kurt Holland, Kevin Core. Core in the 71 Dodge Demon dials 696. Kurt Holland says, let's dial 620. Kevin Core, 40 on the tree. Kurt Holland, 24. The advantage going to Holland, and the win going to Holland. Double breakout victory. Holland breaks out 6 thousandths. Kevin Core breaks out 12 thou, a little bit more. The win light having over to Kurt Holland. Pete Dagnola, 590 for the dial-in. Terry Benton Jr., 623 for the dial-in. Benton in the 78 Camaro. Pete in the 79 Malibu. Terry Benton with the advantage by 21 thou, and the win not going his way. Pete Daganola doesn't get there first. Terry takes 49 at the stripe to break out. Almost 400ths. Took a little bit too much right there. Benton moving on. Ray Goals. Dave Harris. Harris from New Jersey says 651. Goals says 553. And Goals a little early on the hit, 21. Dave Harris, though, was ready no matter what. 003, moving on. Jake Narr in the right lane, far side. Out of 544. Dave Dissinger on the other. Out of 652. All right, if you are a blue run sticker, you should be up here already. If you are a blue run sticker, you should be up here already. But anyways, we are now calling yellow run stickers up to the lanes. Yellow run stickers, come up to the lanes. Yellow run stickers, you have been called up to the lanes. Dave Dissinger going to have the advantage in this one. Jake Narr going to get a little behind, and Jake Narr is not going to be able to come back from Dave Dissinger's 19 take 11. Dissinger goes a 655 with the 3 on a 652 for the win. Lindsey Holzman-Hain dials 690. Ray Rothenberger dials 587. Rothenberger's got the advantage on this one. Almost half of the light. And Rothenberger gets the win. It was 87 dead 3 for 22 total. It's going to make it impossible for Holzman to win that one. John Binkel, Mark Ketterer. Mark Ketterer on the right side of the field goes 736 for the dial-in. Binkel says 640. John Binkel's going to get that one in the bag. Mark Ketterer drops it 7 red. Binkel 8 green. And the win light heading Binkel's way. Binkel moving on. Matt Wachowski. My bad. Matt Wachowski. Two-time junior dragster champ and Division I Super Pro Bracket Finals champ. Maybe Vegas, we'll find out. David Butler will be facing him. Butler says 686 for the dial-in. Wachowski, 623. Wachowski, a little early on there, hit, and he's 23, and David Butler was ready for him. 002 to be 19 thousandths over the dial. Butler, moving on. Dale Gerhardt in the left lane in the 38 Chevy SDN is what it says on the thing. Anyways, he's Pro Torque side. He's dialed 594. Mark Kelly on the other side from Southampton, New Jersey, dialed 628. Both got a little excited, but Gerhardt got a little more excited on that hit. 36 red. Mark Kelly way closer to the green. 3 red. Mark Kelly going to get away with that one and move on to the next round. Sean Conway Jr. in the left lane. Bob Mullaney in the right. Mullaney says 677 for the dial-in. You can find him in the Camaro. On the other side, Sean Conway Jr. in the 80 Malibu, dialed 761. Mullaney 12 on the tree, but no matter what, he's got this one in the bag. Sean Conway a little early on the hit. 10 red. Bob Mullaney moving on. Terry Neiman versus Jillian Kleinfelder. Kleinfelder says 635. Terry Neiman says 636. Almost identical, but not there. See who can get this one. Terry Neiman, double 0-1 red. Jillian's going to get that win with that 60 green light. Jillian moving on. Look down at the left lane, you can find Brock Mosier in the Blazer, two-time bracket finals champ. Mike Malday on the other side in the 90 Mustang, dialed 684. Brock Mosier, not going to have that one in the bag. A little early on the hit. Another 10 red. Malday is going to get the win with the 22 light. Moving on to the next round. Mike Malday. Michael Beard, Jason Lawrence. Two pretty good racers. Both aren't from PA. Beard, a little longer away from Ohio. Dialed 671. Jason Lawrence, a little closer from New Jersey. Dialed 645. Jason Lawrence going to have the advantage on the hit here by a few, and Lawrence is going to get the win. 17 at the stripe. Dead 8. It's going to pack Michael Beard out. It's going to be 22 total. Mike Beard's 38 light. Dangly sack. Should we just say dangly sack? Anyways, dangly sack in the right lane, dialed 577. Left lane dials with 559. Both are going to drop it red, but Dane is going to drop it a little bit more, about 007 red. It's going to give the win to the left lane, 004 red. It's going to get it done. Been seeing a few reds recently. See if we can get a double green and get a good race here. Jesse Rothenberger, my bad. Dials 739, going to be getting chased by Kobe Tolliver in the left lane, going with a 565. And here we go, a double green race slice is what I like to see. Rothenberger with the advantage, and Rothenberger can't get it done. Breaking on out, taking 48 at the stripe. Break on out by 11 thousandths. Had to take 37 or less to get that one in the bag. Kobe Tolliver, 27 on the tree. 2 over, gets the win. Devin Dudley. Back up. Against Zach Rothenberger. We just have one. I think we had another Rothenberger a few pairs ago, or last pair. Devin Dudley's going to have the advantage here. If he can catch him, it looks like he might, and he does. Double breakout win. Takes 16 at the stripe to break out by 1,000th of a second. Almost had a 13 pack there. Other side, Zach Rothenberger breaks out by about 17,000. Devin Dudley, moving on. Macy Stewart, champ from Friday. Champ for the 10K in the 85 Cutlass. He's just going with the 623 dial-in against Dan Northrup's 569. Northrup is in the 74 Vega alongside her. And Macy Stewart was ready for Northrup too. And Dan Northrup was a little too ready for Macy Stewart. 12 red. The win's going to head over to Macy Stewart. Macy Stewart also dead one. 3 total on the bye. 3 total on the bye. Impressive. Jana Embley. Their pit crew. Nathan Mendenhall. Mason Connor. Jana says 614 for the dial-in. On the other side, you have Emily Allenbach. She's going 608. Not that much separating these two. Let's see what they can do. And I can tell you what they do. A double red light. Both 4 red, and Jana Embley's not going to be the lucky one here. Emily Allenbach's going to advance with the best 4 red, the least amount. And she's dead 8 along with the win. Jana, dead 1. Brandon Michaels, Nikki Thomas. Thomas says, let's go and dial 618. All the way from New York, by the way, Nikki. Brandon Michaels from Bel Air, Maryland. 698. Not from New York. Nikki Thomas Gonna have the advantage here on the light and the win light. Thomas, 43 at the stripe. Goes 16 thou over for the win. I believe we do our math right. Ooh. 45 total, maybe? Bill Wackerman in the left lane, 678. You can find him in the 02 Camaro. John Alcott on the other side in the 87 Monte Carlo. He's dialed 753. John leaves first, and John has a better light over Wackerman, but not by much. And the win light's not going to go Alcott's way. Wackerman get in the win here on a double breakout. Alcott really fast by the looks of it. Wackerman only breaks up by 3 thousandths. Alcott takes 48 at the stripe, and he is out of here. Scott Embley, Joe Cooper, Embley. That nice car down there. He says 752 for the dial-in. Joe Cooper says 657 in the octane lane. And the wind's going to head Scott Embley's way. There goes his lights. Joe Cooper drops it 003 red. Embley skipping on in the third round. Mike Haynes, Robert Smith. 642 for Robert. Haynes says 609. And another red light start, this time going on the Pro Torch side for Mike Haynes, 007 red. Robert Smith's going to get the win with a 12 light. He is 15 thousandths over the dial and going to be cruising on into the third round. BK, have it your way. Burger King, BK in the left lane, dials 634. Didn't have his way first round, but got back in, I guess. Here he is. See what he can do against Lee Zane in the right lane. Dialed 665. And BK does not rule right here. 002 red. Lee Zane's going to move on with the 16 green light. Another red light start. I feel like this round we're seeing a lot of reds. I want to see some action. Theo Myers in the left lane. $5.99 for the dial-in in the 83 Chevy Camaro. Steve Long on the other side dialed 671 in the 70 Mustang. And yet again, another red. For Steve Long this time, 13 red. Theo Myers, 26 for the win. All right. Let's see. Hopefully not another red this time. I'm ready. Okay. We got Marty Flegel, left lane. Got the nice drone out there. Shane Swagger might be flying that, I think. Get some nice footage. Jimbo Ragona on the other side dialed 667. Martin Flegel, or Marty, my bad, dialed 601. Yes, this is what I'm talking about, kind of, sort of, and something just happened with Flegel right there. Did he get out of the groove? Seems like Flegel got out of the groove right there, and that would cost him the round. A little scary, close call, but good catch by Flegel. Jimbo's going to get away with 120. Flegel, unlucky right there. Frank McAfor against Cam Murray Dixon. I think this is Cam Murray's first out of his two. Having better luck today, I believe. Frank McAfor. See if he could take out Cam. The other way around. Cam's going to be the one looking over his shoulder for this one. And a 10 separates the two on the starting line. And the win light's going to head to Frank McAfor. Takes 0.006 at the finish line. Cam Murray should have got on that break. Could have went his way, but he didn't. Win light going to Frank McAfor. 21 light gets it done. Joe Dedrick in the far lane. Dials 630 to Jeff Allenbach's 654. Allenbach's going to have the advantage here. 24th out to play with. He can do it. 3 on the tree. And the win light is going to go Allenbach's way. Double breakout. Allenbach takes 19. This is another one we could have got on the brakes, but didn't do it in time or just didn't think about it. Don't worry, I do it too. John Osmer against Rick Lawrence. Lawrence says 5:53 for the dial-in. Osmer 6:19. John's going to have the advantage here. The better light of the two. And the win. 22 at the stripe. Another double breakout win. Osmer barely broke out on that one by 1,000th of a second. John Osmer going to be moving on. What? We're back, and Kyle Cord just beat Denny Renninger, 007 on the tree. Both break out yet again, another double breakout. Kyle Cord breaks out just a little less, 6,000ths. Renninger took 6 at the finish line. Kyle Cord moving on. Will Winthrop, Kevin Pollard. Pollard says 5:46 for the dial-in. Winthrop says 6:31. Winthrop in the 80 Malibu is on your Pro Torque side of the track. Octane is in the Camaro is Kevin Pollard. Will Winthrop, 4 red on the get-go. And Kevin Pollard, 13 on the tree, didn't miss it. Good light. No matter what, he's moving on. Jeff Stewart. See if he could put up some packages like yesterday. And we have Walt Haas on the other side. He'll be looking at Walt. Walt says 7:16 for the dial-in. Right lane, you have Jamie Horton. He's dialing 667 as Zach Wolf's 744 Wolf in the Pro Torque side. Horton on the octane. $10,000 separate the two. And the win light's going to go to the better light of 32. Jamie Horton getting the win there. 6 at the stripe, going a 669 with the 2 on a 667. Joe McLaughlin, Dave Harvey Jr. McLaughlin says, I want to go a 759. See if he predicts right. If Harvey says a 687, Harvey going to have a 30,000 to play with. The better light of 8, and the win going his side. Plays a little pedal game there. It was a 693 on a 687. Takes 15 for the dub. Paul Werner, Sog and done. Should be a good one. Should be. Soggy in that beautiful S10 over there. Like the big nitrofish decal right there. He says 581. Werner says 707. And Werner's going to have the advantage over Soggy. Is Soggy going to be able to get to him? No, he isn't. Soggy done breaking on out. Doesn't matter. Breaks out 6,000s. Werner takes 16, though. Dead 2. 8 total for Paul Werner. Soggy couldn't do anything there. Chris Black, Walter Adams. Black says, I'm going to Ohio coming from Ohio to win. Going to dial 638. See the drone flying in front of the tower. Hey, drone. And Walter Adams on the right side, dialed 7 flat. Adams says he wants it more, a little better on the tree, 22. Chris Black's 39. The win light is going to go Chris Black's way. Walter Adams, 7/10 slower than he predicted. Must have spun or something. Chris Black, also 3/10 slower, but it doesn't matter. That's because he rolled out of it on took 4 car lengths, but he won. Chris Black moving on. Kyle Gockley in the left lane. Kyle Glockley in the S10, 88 S10 to be specific. About 596. Scott Dreyer on the other side in the 02 Blazer. He's dialed 618. Scott Dreyer going to have the better one here. 31 to Gockley's 53. And the win heading Dreyer's way. 2 at the stripe to go 21 thou over dial for the win. Actually, he looks of it, Kyle Gockley was packed out there. 52 total package to pack out Gockley's 53 total. 53 light. Scott Smith, Jordan Smickle. Smickle says 666 for the dial. Devil's number right there. Scott Smith, 598. 666. Jordan Smickle drops at 15. Red is Scott Smith. 24. Smith is going to be moving on right now. Matt Rocheza. 580 for the dial in against Scott Franks Jr.'s 719. Junior in the Octane 94 lane. Matt Rocheza in the Pro Torque side of the track. Another double red this round and a close one. Scott Franks Jr. with the win here. 002 red gets the win. Richeza a little bit more. 003 red. Richeza. Dead 2 along with it. It's got to hurt. Kevin Mendenhall versus Johnny Sins. Kevin Mendenhall dialed 595. Johnny Sins 648. Sins coming up from New Jersey. Mendenhall more local in PA. Johnny Sins drops it 10 red. Kevin Mendenhall is going to be scooching his way over to the next round. 16 on the tree and slows up a bit, but doesn't matter. Mendenhall moving on. Lorelei Hoover, Russ Archer. Archer, 675 for the dial-in. Lorelei Hoover, 603. Russ Archer going to have the advantage on the tree here. And he's going to have the win along with it. It was a 677 with an 8 on a 675. 14 on the tree, take 21. He'll be moving on to the next round. All right. Green run stickers, it's your time. We are calling green run stickers up to the lanes to run. All colors have now been called. Green run stickers come up to run second round. Green run stickers come up to run second round. You have been called. All colors have been called. So yes, all colors have been called now. All colors have been called. So if you are green run sticker, please come up to the lanes. Rory Weenie. Michael Barbone. Barbone from Cedar Knolls, New Jersey in the 80 Malibu, dials 664. Rory Weenie on the other side in the 89 S10. Nine Towel going to separate these two. Barbone with the advantage. And Barbone doesn't have the win here. Barbone slows up a little bit by the looks of it. Not Rory Weenie. Dead 2 for Weenie. Take 5 for the win. Mike Greiner. Manheim, PA. Took his wife to prom in that car. Now he races it. I'm going to do that next. Pat Barbone on the other side. And this is going to be a tight one. 5,000 separate these two. To go either way. And it's going to go Mike Greiner. Pat Barbone breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Should have took 20 or less. Just one more rip. It would have went Barbone's way. Mike Greiner. Moving on. Trish Witt, Frank Armando. Armando says, let's dial 631. Trish Witt, 6:06. Frank Armando got a little excited on that hit. Boom, 33 red. Trish Witt going to move on, 28 on the tree. Dead 8. Going to be 36 total. This could have been a challenge to beat. Guess we'll never know. James Young from Mine Hill, New Jersey, says 687 is what he wants to dial. JT Banks Jr. says otherwise and says, I want to dial 640. James Young's got all of that room, over a tenth to play with. Can he use it? I can hear it. And yes, he does. Kills over a tenth, takes 67 for the win. James Young had a little fun on the pedal right there. Pete Daganola, Seth Phillips. Phillips in, I believe, Soggy's car. Pete Daganolo on the other side in the Malibu. A 10 separates these two. Both pretty good on the tree, but Pete Daganolo with the better light and the win. Daganolo doesn't get there first. Seth Phillips does by 1. Breaks on out by 100th. Couldn't do anything to win there by the looks of it. He was locked out. And yes, he was. Pete Daganolo, 6 total. Goes 590 with a 1 on a 590. Joe Theodore, 589. You can find him on the Pro Torch side of the track. Left side. Say hi to the tower. Tina Leslie on the other side. A little far away from the tower. On the right side of the track. Dialing a 578. And Joe Theodore, 15 red. Gonna give that one to Tina Leslie. Both break out, but no matter what, that win was heading Tina's way. JT Schaefer in the 82 Capri. On the octane side of the track goes 635 for the predicted ET. Richard Sayers in the 86 Mustang on the Pro Torque says 634. JT Schaefer going to have some run for this with the better light and the advantage. JT Schaefer going to use that advantage to get the dub. Goes 638-2 on a 635 for the win. Moving on. Matt Wachowski on the left side of the track. Pontiac, 625 for the dial. Little red a few laps ago this round. See if he can turn it around this one. Todd Toman on the other side. From York, PA. 631. Toman's got the better light of the two. Wachowski a little late on it. and Wachowski's not going to get that one. Wachowski breaks out, but no matter what, he wasn't getting there. Todd Toman got there by 8, went a 6:32 with the 6 on a 6:31 to move on. Jeremy Post, Derek Simon. Simon, Continental, Ohio. 6:61. The dial-in on the right. Jeremy Post on the other side from Winfield, PA. Dial to 7:48. And another double red light. Jeremy Post, though, having the less red, 2 red. Post moving on. Derek Simon, 18 red. Press it. All right, everybody. If you're not in the lanes currently and you have not ran for round 2 yet, you are late. You are late. So get up here and run. So we're calling all people that haven't ran yet to the lanes for second round. Back to racing. Bobby Matera and Brent Miles had a pretty good showdown, but Tara came out on top. Miles took the stripe and broke on out by quite a bit. Tara, moving on. Sir Cole on the left side with Mike Franick on the right. Franick says, I want to dial 643. Sir Cole says 649. Pretty close dial-ins, but no matter what, they don't matter. Franick drops at 13, red to Sir Cole, 17. Cole will be moving on to the next round. Dave Harvey III, right lane, dialed 669. Left side dials 551. Eric Bendikovitz, left side against Andrew Andrew Bracuda is going to have the advantage on this one, and the win light is going to go to Bracuda. Bracuda, 14 on the tree. There's a 625 with a 1 on a 623. Kurt Holland, dialed 620. Chris Gagne, also dialed 620. Heads up competition right here. He's going to have 40th out to play with Kurt Holland. Kurt Holland is going to get the win there. Plays with the right, gets dead 1 on the dial, goes 28 total against Chris Gagne's 67 light. There's nothing you could do about that. He was not in that race at all. Gagne, dead 9 along with the loss. Johnson Ryder, 620 for the dial-in. Bob Gagne, now up. Father and son back-to-back. Almost the same dial again, just not quite there. Johnson Ryder. Bob Gagne. Ryder's going to have the advantage. He's going to ride into the next round. 9 on the tree. Gagne early on the hit, 34 red. Ryder moving on. AC Stewart versus Brian Cool. Stewart, winner from Friday. Brian Cool in the right lane. Didn't win on 10K on Friday. Maybe it's his day today. We'll find out. Anyways, Brian Cool says 646 for the dial. Stewart says 623. Macy Stewart going to go on to the next round. Cruise by straight into the third round with the 15 light as Brian Cool drops it 9 red. Jason Parker in the right lane. David Barden in the left. Parker from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Barden from Robosomia, PA. Very difficult thing to say, I guess. Back to the race. Barden says 560. Parker says 602. David Barden didn't win there. Kobe Tolliver in the left lane. Will Marshall in the right. Right now, I'm trying to look at some football games at the same time as doing this, so sorry for the inconvenience. I'll get back to work. So, Will Marshall, 586. Kobe Tolliver, 567. Kobe Tolliver and Will Marshall, 3 fouls separate them, and the win light is going to Kobe Tolliver. 12 on the tree, does not take it. Marshall takes it by 30, freaking on out by 14 foul. Had to take 16 or less. Well, right now we have Nick Bowman in the left lane, Bobby Pennebaker in the right, and on my phone screen we have all these football scores. So any of you guys are interested in football, Cowboys are not winning right now. Or the Eagles. But back to racing. See what's going on down there. 3 thou separate these two, and they're both amazing on the tree. And the win's going to go to Bowman. Bowman 8, Pennebaker 5. Good matchup here, and a double breakout to end it. Bowman breaks out by 3 thou. Pennebaker takes 13, a breakout by 13 thou. What a run. Deadly Devin Dudley. 642. The dial. Dennis Core on the other side dialed 677. Devin Dudley going to have the advantage on this one by 8 thou, and the win light along with that. Devin Dudley goes to 644 with the 6 on a 642 for the win. Dennis Core, 38 on the tree, and also about 22 thou over the dial. Mark Littell, John Hedenberg. Hedenberg is on the Octane side of the track in the 86 Mustang. Mark Littell on the other side of the track on Pro Torque, the 71 Vega. 2,000 separate these two, 15 and 13 on the tree. Not going to say who, but the win light is going to go to that 15 light from Mark Littell. Mark Littell dead to 17 total. Would have hard been get into, but going at the other side. John Hedenberg broke out by 1,000th of a second. Had to go 4 or less. So close to winning that one. Good race. Brandon Michaels on the left side of the field. Going 699. It's a lot of stickers. Jamie Colin on the other side. Dialed 585. And Brandon Michaels on the third round. Jamie Colin a little early on the kick of the pedal and drops it 14 red. Michael Beard, 3 red, but that is good enough for the win because Chris Culp, a little bit more red, 15 red. Scott Embley, why am I saying Peter? Keith Pfeiffer, on the right side from York Springs, PA, the 80 Camaro, dialing 592. Scott Embley in the 70 Nova, dialing 751. Keith Pfeiffer, 3 zeros on the get-go. Embley 32 and the win. Heading to Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer gets there by 8 thou. Runs a 595 with the 6 on a 592. Pfeiffer moving on. Trip zip. Jeff Stewart, Alan Core Jr. Stewart dials 629. Alan Core Jr., 766. Jeff Stewart, 11 on the tree, and is going to get the win there. Takes 11 at the stripe. Go a 6:34 with the 3 on a 6:29. Alan Core couldn't do anything about that. Moving on. Ed Races in the right side of the track. Dials 613 in the quote-unquote door car. Other side of the track, dialed 612. Realize it's almost heads up, but not there. All right, doubles, round 3. Come up to 1 and 2. Doubles, round 3, come up to 1 and 2. It is time. Doubles, round 3, come up to 1 and 2. Back to the race. Left lane, 33 on the tree to Ed Races, 35. And left lane's going to get the win there, taking 20. Terry Bennon Jr. in the left lane going 622. Evan Post going 650 on the right. Post in the 74 Vega wagon. Benton in the 78 Camaro. Terry Benton Jr., 17 on the tree. Evan Post, 31. Benton's got to have the room, and Benton does. Makes it tight. 2 at the finish line. Goes a 6:25 with the 2 on a 6:22. Evan Post, a 6:52 on a 6:50 to go 200ths over the dial. All Scribani. We're going to go with that. Bill Parsons in the right, Scribani in the left. Parsons going to have the advantage off the get-go and going to see, might have the room. The win goes to Parsons. Good job at the stripe. And it seems like Paul was a little packed out right there. 22 total. All right, doubles in red. Lanes 1 and 2. Doubles in red. Lanes 1 and 2. You have been called for third round. Doubles and red. You have been called for third round. Come to lanes 1 and 2. Denny McCloskey in the left side of the track, dial 680. Clay Grillican on the other side, dial 616. Clay Grillican's going to drop it 003 red. Denny McCloskey, 40 on the tree, and both of them are a little under. Grillican, 4,000ths under. And Denny, 11 thou under the dial. Emily Achenbach, versus Leo Drysdale. Allenbach is 609 for the dial. Leo Drysdale, dial 574. Emily Allenbach, letter light on the tree, 12. Leo Drysdale, 32. The wind light's going to head over to Allenbach, dead 7 for Emily, to give her a total package of 19. Good run by Allenbach. Bill Code on the left side. Right side, you'll see Jason Lawrence. Both in Camaros. Lawrence in the 84. Coat in the 80. Both good lights on the tree. Fourth out separating Lawrence with the better of them. And the wind light going Lawrence's way. Double breakout to end that. Lawrence wins that by 0.02 of a second. Takes 2 at the stripe. Lawrence, 005. Bill Coat, 009. Good race. Wind light going Lawrence. Leo Ratzkovich versus Cam Murray Dixon. Almost the same on the tree. They're going to be tight down the field. Dixon dialed 652. Leah dialed 656. Cam's behind Leah. 7 on the tree to Cam's 35. The wind light is going to go to Leah Ratzkovich. Leah. 7 on the tree. Didn't get there first. Cam did by 7, but broke on out by 6. Had to take 1. Ketterer on the right side. Hockmiller on the left. Ketterer is dialed 730 to Hockmiller's 574. Hockmiller going to be chasing down Ketterer. And Ketterer is at a disadvantage. A late light is going to give Hockmiller room, but not the win. Hockmiller takes 34 at the stripe to break out 16th thou. Had to take, let's do our mental math, 22 or less to win that one. Alcott, 753 for the dial. Shannon Fordyce, 622 for the dial. Shannon Fordyce in the Mustang. Monte Carlo is John Alcott. Alcott leaves. And Alcott leaves better. 002 on the tree and a lot to play with. Look at that room. And he uses it wisely. Takes 53. Be dead 5. 7 total. 7 total to a 71 light. John Alcott made that look like a walk in the park. All right, doubles, red and blue. Doubles, red and blue. You have been called to the lanes. Doubles, red and blue. Doubles, red and blue, you have been called to the lanes. Doubles, red and blue, you have been called to the lanes. Doubles, red and blue.
As far as the 5-car frenzy playoffs, we're going to continue to evaluate who's in and who's out, and we will get that underway as soon as we see an opportunity to do it without affecting anyone still in the main event. What we would like you to do is, among your teams, the remaining 4, elect a team captain. We're going to be doing a coin flip. Whoever wins the coin flip is going to pick the first pairing, and we'll go back and forth till all 5 pairings are decided. So essentially, it's call-outs led by your delegated team captain. So please work on that. And we will be back to the action with round number 3 in just a minute.
First person to the bottom of the tower with a shirt with a funny saying wins.
A prize. Gotta finish the sentence for him. But yes, first one to the bottom of the tower with a funny shirt with a funny saying on it wins a prize. Show us in the bottom of the tower to receive your award. All right, the round 3 wait and see buy is car 177. The round 3 wait and see buy is car 177. If this is your car number, please roll into lane 8. Thank you. All right. Third round, we just are going to call all colors up to the lanes. All colors. This includes red, blue, yellow, and green. All colors, you have been called. Red, blue, yellow, and green. All colors, you have been called. All right, JG has another challenge.
First person to come to the bottom of the tower with a selfie with the FRBR sticker wins a prize.
You heard that, folks. At the bottom of the tower, do that and you will receive your prize. All right, everybody, we're kicking back off, and we're into third round of eliminations. On your Pro Torque side of the track, we have Chris Black coming all the way from Ohio, dialed 640. Bobby Matera on the other side of the track, dialed 540. 570. here goes the first pair, and Bobby with the advantage on the tree, 009, and the win light. Takes 17 at the stripe, dead 5 to be 14 total. Bobby kicking it off with a banger. Scott Smith in the left lane, dialed 598 to Mike Maldace, 681. And here's the first red light of the round going on to the Pro Tour side. Scott Smith dropping it 3 red to Mike Maldace, 42. Maldace dead 2. Moving on to the next round with a 44 total package. JT Schaefer, left lane, dials 634 to Kevin Pollard's 547. Kevin Pollard, the advantage on the tree, about 40 thou to play with, and he plays with it well. Gets the win here, goes 548 with a 1 on a 547. Take 25 to move on. Should be a good run right here. We have Marty Flegel on the Pro Torque side of the track. Dial 601 to Sick McNasty. 572. Both have good lights. Flegel with the better, and Flegel with the win. 7 at the stripe, dead 2, 13 total. Sick McNasty locked out and thrown to the side. And I believe that may be the bounty. Flegel wins it. Robert Smith, right lane, dials 643. Left lane goes 612 for the dial-in. Smith is in some trouble. 45 thou in the hole and a loss. Robert Smith out. Also breaks out by a 100th. But no matter what, left lane 21 total locks Robert Smith out of this one. Pete Daganolo, left lane from New York. New York. Daganolo dials 590 to Jay Rothenberger's 587. Rothenberger. Separate. Heading to the right side of the track. Jay Rothenberger, the better light, and takes 5 at the stripe to be dead 2, 13 total. Another package locking out another racer. Pete Daganolo, you are out. Kevin Mendenhall, close side of the track in the 66 Nova. He says that he wants to dial a 594. On the other side of the track, David Butler, 688. Second almost separates these two. Kevin Mendenhall will be leaving second. This one. and Mendenhall. Kevin is going to get an easy win there. David Butler drops it 20 red. Mendenhall 23 on the tree and moving on to the next round. Nick Bauman in the left lane, dialed 647. Jillian Kleinfelder going some rounds today. She's dialed 637. Let's see if she can keep going. She's a little late on the tree. Nick Bauman's going to cut her in half. And Bauman's got the room. Bauman gets it done. Kleinfelder, along with the loss, breaks up by 6,000ths of a second. Nick Bauman, dead 7. 42 total. There's nothing Jillian could have done there except hit the tree. Matt Richeza, Kyle Core, your next pair. Kyle Core. Kyle Core says 619. Richeza, 580. Core in the dart. Richeza in the cutlass. This is going to be a good one. 6 thou separate the two at the starting line and at the finish. It ends in 17 thou. Dead 4 for Matt Richeza. Richeza, 27 total. Packs out Kyle Core by 2. Nothing you could do with a good run like that put against you. Jeff Allenbach, 652 for the dial. Dave Harris, 651. Another almost heads-up race. I'd like to see a heads-up race, but you don't really see those that often in this one. Very close ones I've seen pretty often. I can tell you, dial-in wouldn't matter no matter what on this one, because Dave Harris drops it 8 red to Jeff Allenbach's 27 on the tree. Kurt Holland, 620. Mark Kelly, 627. Kelly coming out of New Jersey. Holland more local from PA. And Mark Kelly's going to have the advantage on the tree by about 8 thou, but can't get it done at the top end. Mark Kelly breaking on out by 3 thousandths. Had to take 22 or less on that one, and that's what he didn't do. It's going to give the win to Kurt Holland. Kurt Holland heading into the 4th. Dave Dissinger, Russ Archer.
That last pair, we missed the call, but Bob Mulaney was 3 total to Kobe Tolliver's 17 total in an absolutely nasty matchup. In this one, though, Devin Dudley, 8 dead 8, 16 total, gets him there 12th round. Gagner missed it bad and broke out and never got there. And we have a first call to lanes 7 and 8 for the Change Your Luck race. Change Your Luck race to 7 and 8. If you have not collected a payout this weekend from a main event, you just have to stop into the base of the tower and sign up. There is no cost. It's $1,000 to win. Macy Stewart, Scott Dreyer. 600s separate them. And Macy continues her starting line chair. She's got 36,000s. But not the win light. Dreyer, little bit of magic, top end, 37, puts it dead 8. Macy, 001, took 48, broke it out 4th out, had to take 44 or less. That slip is going to hurt. Not as bad when you already got a big check this weekend, but certainly not the way she wanted to go out on that entry.
John Osmer, Tom Scufferino. Scufferino in with the 650 dial. John Osmer, 617 and 3,000 separate these two on the hit, and it's going to be a tight one, and the win light is going to go to the better light of the two. 650, dead 3, 38 total to lock out John Osmer's 38 light. Tom Scufferino moving on to the 4th. Frank McAfor versus Todd Toman. McAfor says 610 for the dial and Toman 632. Jason Lawrence in the right lane. Jamie Horton in the left. Horton says 668 for the dial. Lawrence, 645. Sixth out, separating these two. And Jason Lawrence with the better of the two lights being 19. And the win light going to Jason Lawrence. Take 2 at the stripe. Breaking on out by 17 thousandths. Horton breaking out by 21 thousandths. Lawrence taking 2 and taking the win. Rory Weenie in the left lane, 616 for the dial in. Will Marshall in the right, dials 587. Weenie with the better lights, 19 to a 31, and the win light heading to the better light. Gets there first by 2 to be dead 2. 21 total. The lockout, Will Marshall's 31 light. Nothing you could do about that one. Rory, moving on. John Vinkel versus Butch Weinrich. Butch, 732 for the dial-in. Vinkel, 642. 640. Butch Weinrich is going to get the win on that one. 008 on the tree, but no matter what, he was winning that. John Vinkel drops it 004 red. Weinrich moving on. Circle on the right side of the track. Nicky Thomas in the left. And there it was 6th separation, and the win light is going to go to Circle. Nicky Thomas taking the stripe there by 4, but breaking on out by 100th. There's nothing he could have done there. He was locked out. Circle was dead 0 for 7 total. Circle moving on. Nasty today. Theo Myers, Lee Zane. Lee Zane in the right, dialed 665 to Theo Myers, 599. Lee Zane dropping it 8 red. Theo Myers is going to get that win and move on the 4th round, 28 on the tree. Goes a 599.4 on a 599 to be 32 total. Would have been a good race to see. There was 2 green lights. T-Mill. Play Milliken. Play Grilliken. Actually been doing pretty good this weekend. Play. He's going to be facing some good competition. Michael Beard. See if Clay got it in him. See if he's hungry for another win. He's hungry, but not as hungry as Michael Beard. 002 on the tree with the advantage. Michael Beard, seems like something was coming off that. Still gets the win, though. Gets a 72 dead, 8 for 10 total. Play Grilliken out of here. Michael Beard wanted it more. Bill Wackerman, Emily Allenbach. Allenbach says 610 for the dial-in. Wackerman, 677. 14, red. She's going to give Emily Allenbach the win with the 25 late. Allenbach, 610. 6. Dead, 6. 31 total. Another race that would have been good to see if Bill was green. James Young in the left side of the track. Dave Harvey Jr. on the other side of the track. Dialed 687. Both of these guys dialed about the same. Once again, as I said, not a heads-up race, but close. Waiting to see it heads up. I like them. Still going to be a good one. See how tight this is. Dave Harvey's going to have 20 on the tree over Young, and the win is going to Harvey. 002, 21 thou over to be 23 total. James Young. Been hard to sneak into. Would have probably had to take one or less to get that one in the bag. Good run put up against James by Harvey. Mark Littell in the left lane, Terry Benton Jr. in the right. Benton, 6:22 for the dial-in. Littell, 5:77. Terry Benton a little late on the tree, Mark a little less, and Mark gets the win. Takes 61 at the stripe, goes a 5.78.2 on a 5.77. 41 on the tree to Terry Benton's 79. 6.25 on 5 on a 6.22. Littell moving on. Kyle Murray in the left. Joe Parsons in the right. There goes Parsons, and they both drop it. 004 red, and the win light is going to be going into the octane side of the track to Bill Parsons. Parsons is going to be pushing on to the next round. Michael Greiner, also known as Mike Greiner from Manheim, PA. Got a son in the tower right now, helping with the challenges. Mike, make your kid happy. Tina Leslie on the other side of Mike. Pretty much even. She's dialed a 5.78 to Mike's 5.73. And Mike is going to have the advantage by 3 thou. This is going to be a tight one. Down to the wire, and the wire has it on Mike's side. He takes 2 at the stripe to go 5.76.3 on a 5.73. Mike Reiner makes his kid proud. Moving on. Paul Werner, left side. Jimbo Remgana on the other. Jimbo drops at 7 red. Paul Werner onto the 4th round. 51 on the tree. He's going to be scooching his way over to the next round. Paul Werner. Moving on. Trish Witt. Scott Franks Jr. Witt says, let's dial a 607. Scott says a 719. This is over a little second difference, so just over a second difference between when they leave. Frank's going to leave first on this one. Trish is going to be chasing. Schwitt is going to have the advantage in the chase and looks a little slow. Still gets there. It's 6:08 with the 4 on a 6:07. Scott Franks was actually fast. 25 thousandths over the dial, under the dial, not over. Schwitt takes 10. Moving on. Jeremy Prost, CJ Ketterer. 17,000 separate these two. Post says, let's dial 747 Ketterer. Little different, says 730 for the dial. And both a little late on the hit. Ketterer later by just a little. Post a little better. The win light's going to go Post way. Double breakout victory on a Post. Post breaks out 5 thousandths. Ketterer 8 thousandths. Post also gets there by 4. Post moving on. Scott Embley, Walt Haas. Haas on the right side, Embley on the left. Embley's going a 751 for the dial. Haas, a 715. Embley mom down by the wall over there. Seems to be recording. $10,000 separate these two. This is going to be a good one. Could go either way. And it's going to go to the better light of Walt Haas. Haas, 007, and take 1 at the stripe. Be 716.6 on a 715 for the win. Scott Embley, dead 7. It's a really tight one. Good race. Played out. Both of these guys. Trenton Sayers on the left side of the track. He's going to be facing Jamie Colin on the right. Colin, 585 for the dial. Trenton Sayers says 634. Trenton Sayers with the better light in that one, but not the win light. Trenton Sayers breaks out by 39 thousandths. Jamie Colin doesn't break out at all. Goes dead 2 for the win. Moving on. Collins. Chris Black on the left side dialed 640 to David Harvey's 670. You want to know which Dave Harvey? Dave Harvey III. So close on the tree, almost identical. This could go either way. Chris Black, 10. Harvey, 11. The win goes to Black. Doesn't get there first. Harvey does by 11, but breaks on out by 13 thou. Couldn't win that one. Chris Black gets away with it. Breaks out by 1,000th of a second, and it's fine. Scott Smith in the left lane against Andrew Bakuda in the right. Bakuda says, let's go with a 623. Scott Smith says a 598. Scott Smith, 36 on the tree to Bakuda's 4 red. Smith pushing on. Pete Daganolo, left lane, dials 589. Will be chasing down John Alcott, who's dialing 752. Alcott in deep. Daganolo coming in. Now they're staged. There they go. Alcott with the better light of the two. 11th out to play with off the start. And the win. Dead 8. To have 14 total to lock out Pete Daganolo. 17 on the tree. Kevin Mendenhall. 594 for the dial-in in the 66 Nova against Candy Anderson. Dialed 612. The win light to that one's going to go to Kevin Mendenhall. The better light of the two, 38 to Candy Anderson's 42. Candy breaks out by 9 thousandths of a second. Kevin Mendenhall sneaking on him. Dead 4, 42 total. Good run by Kev. Kurt Holland in the left lane. Bobby Matera in the right. Matera says, let's go with a 570 for the dial. Kurt Holland says a 620 would suit me. Bobby, better light, 15 on the tree. Kurt Holland's 46. And Bobby's got the win. There's 100th over the dial to beat 25 total to lock out Kurt Holland. 46 reaction time. Man, the people on the field today are active. Keep picking ads. Nick Bauman against Lee Raksovich. Sorry if we butcher that. Big last name. A 10 separate these two, and on the reaction time, more than a 10 separates them. The win light's going to go to Nick Bauman. 22 on the tree to Leah Rakovich's 71. JT Schaefer on the right side of the track. Dials 633. Left side predicts 560. JT Schaefer's going to have the advantage off the hit 13th thou advantage, but doesn't get there first. Left lane gets there first by 4 and is dead 7 to take the win there. JT Schaefer a little slower than that. 24th thou off the number. It's not going to get it done. Left lane moving on. Macy Stewart back up. Got taken out her first entry. Now here's her second entry. See if she can push it into the 4th round. Already a winner this weekend. She wants 2. I mean, who wouldn't? Let's see. On the other side, you got Denny McCloskey. Dialed 680. Wow. Action time. Stewart. Trying to come in. Double O. And score on it. Dead 9. Macy Stewart. 008 on that one, but not the best light. McCloskey, 002. Stewart got there first by 16, broke out by 13, had to take 3 or less to win that. Denny, 9 total. It's been a heck of a race. She did. Good race in general, though. Brandon Michaels on the left side of the track. Jason Lawrence on the right. And Brandon Michaels on the tree. 001 to Lawrence's 17. This could go either way. And Michaels gets the win. Doesn't take the stripe. Lawrence takes it by 1. Breaking on out by 6 thousandths. Couldn't do anything there. He was locked out by a 12-pack. Devin Dudley, Jess Stewart. Should I say deadly Devin Dudley? Pretty good day yesterday. And Devin has a 10th thou to use on the starting line. 008, take 3 at the stripe. It was 641 with the 6 on a 639. If Stewart couldn't do anything about that. Devin Dudley, moving on. All right, here's the end of round number 3. Bye. Wait and see bye. Keith Pfeiffer. Dialed 593. Pfeiffer is in the octane side of the track. See what he could do on the bye. To kick off the bye, 44 on the tree and breaks on out by 1,000th of a second. All right, here we are. Straight into the next race. Change your luck race. Round 1. All right. Change your luck. Round 1. Started off, Terry Neiman in the left lane, dialed 639 to Eric Henry's 645. Kick off the race, Eric Henry, 10 red on the get-go. Gives Terry Neiman's 94 reaction time the win. Terry Neiman moving on to round number 2 of Change Your Luck. Jeremy Kleinfelder. It's been a little off this weekend. Maybe this is his time. Find him in the left lane. I'm rooting for you, Jeremy. Want to see you do good. Love you, Jeremy. Dials 634. Right side, dials 7 flat. Jeremy Kleinfelder, yes, has the better light of the two. 46. Right side is dial 79. The win light, Kleinfelder. Good to see this guy get some luck. Nice to see a win light for him. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Goes dead 6. Has a total package of 52. See you in second round. Wayne Skelly, Dennis Core. Core dialed 679 to Skelly's 688. Wayne Skelly's going to have the advantage on this one. 32 on the tree to Dennis Core, 67. And the win light goes where you think. Wayne Skelly gets the win there. Breaks on out 11 thousandths for the win. Takes for it the stripe. Good job. Moving on. Alan Core on the right side of the track. 765 for the presented dial-in. Left side says 748. Alan Core, 37 to left lane, 63, and the win. It's going to go to Core. There's a 764 with a 9 on a 765. 1,000th off. Not breaking out. Double breakout win goes to Alan Core. Brock Mosier. Good racer. He's come back for more. He's still hungry for a win this weekend. He's going 630 for the dial. Right lane chooses 613 for theirs. A 10th separates the two. One is 12, one is 22, and the win light is going to go to your right lane. Brock Mosier, 22 on the tree, but not good enough. Right lane runs a 6:14 with the 4 on a 6:13, 12 reaction time to be 26 total. Brock Mosier would have had to do a little sneakiness to get in that. Right lane, moving on. Right lane says they want to go 641. Left says 681. 4 tenths separate the two. And right lane has over a 10th to play with. And they end up getting the win. Take 24. Kill almost a 10th. Good job on the finish line. You will be moving on. Eric Bendikovich versus Joe Dedrick. Joe Dedrick says 629. Eric says 672. Joe Dedrick going to get the win on that one. 008. Next pair up. Right lane dials 577. Left goes 592. And both weirdly late. Had a 312 and a 125. Not going to specify who it was. Wouldn't do that to them. But anyways, right lane moving on that one. Dennis Gerhardt. Ed Bendikovitz. Dennis Gerhardt. Holy moly. 3 digits on the wrong side. Not going to tell you how much. Can't write him out that much. Ed, 33 red, somehow gets him through. Kyle Gockley in the left lane. John Hendenberg in the right. And the win light's going to go to Kyle Gockley. 16 red on the tree is going to get the win there. John Hendenberg's a little more red, 23 to be exact. Kyle Gockley, moving on. Jake Nahr on the far side. Stacy, the Shooty. Just going to say Stacy from now on. That's, I don't know. Okay. All right, main event, 4th round doubles. Please come to lanes 1 and 2. Main event doubles. Please come to lanes 1 and 2 for 4th round. Doubles. Come to lanes 1 and 2 for 4th round. Right. A little weird launch right there. Better light on the tree left lane had, but something weird happened. It's going to give the win light to right. William Hines on the left side, Steve Dickey on the right, and Dickey drops it. 9 red, Hines, 34 on the tree. And that's going to be the end of first round for the Change Your Luck event. All right. All right, the wait and see buy for round number 4 is 7-1M. The wait and see buy for round number 4 is 7-1M. If you are 7-1M, please go to lane number 5. You are 7-1M, go to lane number 5. You are the wait and see buy. All right, we have another challenge.
First person to the bottom of the tower with their shirt inside out gets a free gift card.
You heard him, guys. If you go to the bottom of the tower with your shirt inside out and you're the first one there, you get a prize. All right, everybody. We have called doubles, but now it's time to call red and blue run stickers up for fourth round. Red and blue run stickers come up for fourth round. We have called doubles. Now red and blue run stickers.
We'd like all of round number 4 to the lanes, please, now, or doubles. If you're not here, you're late, so we need everybody else. Round 4 to the lanes.
Main event. If you're not already in the lanes, we need you to the lanes. Main event. If you are not in the lanes, we need you in the lanes. All right, here we are back into the main event. Emily Allenbach in the right lane, dialed 610 to left lanes 560, dialing. Emily Allenbach is going to drop a 15 red left lane, heading straight into fifth round with no trouble. Nick Bauman, left lane, dials 646. Bobby Matera on the other side of the track, going 570. $20,000 separate him, and Nick Bauman with the advantage. 10 on the tree to Matera's 30, and the win light heading on to Bauman. 10 on the tree, take 17 to be dead to 12 total. Nasty run. Gonna knock out Bobby. Nick Bauman moving on. Kevin Mendenhall doing the burnout. Look at that. Anyways, Mendenhall in the left lane. Danny McCluskey following with his burnout on the right. McCluskey says he wants to go 679. Mendenhall 594. Kevin Mendenhall on the more later side, 43 on the tree to Denny McCluskey's 34. The win light is Denny. Kevin Mendenhall losing an entry. I believe he still has one. Denny McCluskey dead 4. Take 20 at the stripe. He's going to be moving on. Also, change your luck. Round 2, we need you to lane 7 and 8. Change your luck round 2. We need you to lanes 7 and 8. And the buy for that is 3-1-MG. The wait, Joe Dedrick, you are the buy, specifically. Wait and see buy. Devin Dudley, once again, showing why he can be deadly. 004 on the tree against Jay Rothenberger. 34 and the win light. Devin Dudley to the 5th round. Dudley goes a 641 on 2 on a 639. Rothenberger, dead 5, but it doesn't matter. Jeff Allenbach, Matt Richeza. Matt Richeza dialed in 580 to Allenbach's 652. Matt Richeza, 18 at Allenbach's 54. He catches him, and he gets the win. Takes 29 at the stripe. Goes a 581 with the 7 on a 580 for the win. Also, packing out Jeff Allenbach. Nothing you could do there. Richeza On to the 5th. Marty Flegel on the right side of the track. Dialed 601 in the 67 Nova. Jeremy Post on the other side. Dialed 747 in the 79 Pinto. Marty Flegel's going to have a lot of room to use here, and let's see if he can get it done. Yes, he can. There is Marty Flegel. Almost goes over by 600ths. A lot of rip in there. What do you expect? It's Marty. Moving on. Chris Black on the left side. Dialed 640. Tom Scafarino's 649. Tom Scafarino with the better light. Has the advantage. 12 on the tree. Chris Black's 37. And the win light. Sticking in the better lane. He's dead zero. 12 total for the win. Chris Black. 200ths over the dial. You're not going to beat a 12 total package with that. Scafarino. Moving on. Scott Smith in his door car in the left side. Dialed 598. I'll right lane with the advantage in this one. Has a 32 reaction time. Scott Smith's 43, but the win light goes to Scott Smith. Scott Smith, dead 3, 46 total, take 20 for a smooth sailing victory into the next round. Round 5. Mark Littell in the 71 Vega, dialed 577. Walt Haas on the other side, dialed 718. Oh, and the lights here. Haas, 7th out of play with, but Mattel ain't that far behind. Woo! What a run. 31 total. Haas, 001 on the tree. Mark Littell's 008. Both are about 3 over. Haas, moving on. Mike Greiner in the left lane, dialed 573, and Greiner is going to be behind, trying to catch up Mike Malday with the better reaction time. Malday gets there first by 2. Goes to 681.5 on a 680 for the win. Mike Greiner is out of here. Sir Cole in the left lane, dialed 649 to Dave Harvey Jr., 688. Dave Harvey is going to get the win there. Sir Cole, 14 red. And anyways, if you didn't hear earlier, we had called last chance second round to lanes 7 and 8. If you didn't hear earlier, we called last chance second round to lanes 7 and 8. One more time, last chance second round to 7 and 8. Thank you. Frank McAvoy with the 56th foul to play with. Big advantage on the tree. And the win light. It was a 6-13 with the 3 on a 6-09. Double 0-1. Take 13 at the stripe. Frank is going to move on. Schwitt in the left lane dials 607. John Alcott on the other side dials 752. Trish Witt. Oh, 0-1 red. That's going to hurt to John Alcott's 55 on the tree. Trish Witt is 12th foul over the number. Alcott is 8 thousandths under. No matter what, John will be moving on to the 5th round of eliminations. Michael Beard. Scott Dreyer. Dreyer on the right side of the track on the octane lane, dialed 618 to Michael Beard's 672 on the Pro Torque side of the track. Michael Beard with the win right there. 15 green to Scott Dreyer's 18 red. Beard. Oh, whoa. Little smoke. What is that? What's going on? The winner, Michael Beard, looked like he might have smoked the motor there. Still got the win, though. We don't know if he's going to be able to make it round 5 with that. Bye bye.
Attention in the pits. I have a challenge question. The first person to the tower with a speaker wins a prize. First person to the tower with a speaker.
Alrighty, last call for the concession stand. Last call for the concession stand. Concession stand will soon be closing. Last call for the concession stand. Pollard and Kurt Holland. Winlight's going to go to Kurt Holland on a double breakout win, 619 with an 8 on the 620. Pollard goes 544 with a 4 on the 547. 015 reaction time for Kurt. Will Parsons over here in the Sunoco side of the racetrack from Middleton, New Jersey. 69 Dodge Dart up against Roy Winnie over here on the Pro Torque side. 616 the dial in for Roy Winnie over here on the Tower side. The 89 Chevrolet S10. Final line advantage goes to Roy Winnie and the win as Bill Parsons breaks on out. Parsons goes 633 with a 0 on the 737. Roy Winnie goes 617.6 on the 616. Russ Archer over here on the Sunoco side, 676 to dial in. On the Pro Torque side is Brandon Michaels, the 2000 Camaro, 698 to dial in for Michaels over here on the Pro Torque side. Winlight's going to go to in a double breakout. Brandon Michaels, 697 with the 3 on the 698. Russ Archer at 675.1 on the 676. Leo Miles over here in the Pro Torque side, or Tower side, 83 Chevrolet Camaro, 599 the dial in, up against Jason Lawrence, 644 the dial in. Red light start for Myers by 24 thousandths on the second. Jason Lawrence will go into round number 5, goes 641 with a 5 on the 644 with a 004 reaction time. Multi-time champion here at Maple Grove Raceway. Paul Warner over here on the Pro Torque side, 706 to dial in. Up against Keith Pfeiffer over here on the Sunoco side from York Springs, PA in the 80 Chevrolet Camaro, 592 the dial in for Pfeiffer. Winlight's going to go to Pfeiffer.
Nick Bauman got through on his first entry. Going to try to carry both through, going up against Butch Weinreich. Butch, multi-time Division I Pro ET champion, also a former world champion. And both these drivers showing why, 5 and 10 up front. Winlight goes to Bauman. He is 14 total, 5 dead 9. Butch got there 11. Had to take 4 or less to get that to go his way. And Bauman will take 2 into 5th round. Kevin Mendenhall, Emily Allenbach, your next pair. Both of these entered this round with 2 entries and will leave this round. Well, one will leave this round shut out. 608, 594, the predictions. Allenbach has 400s. Kev's on the ropes, and he can't make it happen. Emily, 30 total. She's 008, 2 above. Gets there first, 3 thou. Kev tried to drop it to the number, just too far behind. Ended up breaking out 100th and a half. Bobby Matera, David Barton, your next pair. Barton carrying a double. He won the front half of it. Going up against one of MIR's toughest customers for many, many years. David Barton of Barton Racing Engines running the Camaro Jeff Stricker just bought. And Barton, 1 thou red. Breaks it out, 12 thousandths. Matera missed it. 46 was there for the taking, dead 8. And he'll push through. And then our final pair of the round. Bob Mullaney, who was carrying the bye, going up against Devin Dudley. Dudley won the first of his. I believe Mullaney won his front end too. Well, Denny did. Denny McCluskey won the front end of it, as they are sharing the car today since Denny's rear end decided it didn't want to play anymore. Mullaney getting spotted here. He's 675, leaves about 3/10 ahead. Both drivers going in deep. Camaro versus Mustang. And the Camaro has a 6 thousandths of a second advantage. 11 is the worst of these 2 lights. Win light goes to Dudley, who does Houdini with the best of them. He's won a lot of rounds this weekend doing it, and he did it again. Drops to 3 above, feeding Mullaney probably all 37 of what he took. Bob is 5, break it out a thou, taking 37. Needed 36 or less. Devin Dudley will retain his double. And from here, we move right into our Change Your Luck race. This is a race for drivers whose weekend just did not go their way. They had to race at least 2 days, and they had to not collect any main event payouts. It's $1,000 to win for a free entry race, winner take all. First pair, Jake Narr, Wayne Skelly. Drivers separated by just 2 thousandths at the hit. Win light, give it to Narr. He's there by 0016, 1 thousandths of a second. Both drivers 2 above. Narr actually was behind with the 25 to the 23 of Skelly, and the little numbers worked out in his favor. Now it's Bill Hines and Mike Franek. Hines, left side, out of New Jersey, 59 Ford F100, says 615, spotting 0.3 of a second to Franek, Island Dragway's current Pro ET track champion. Hines has a 27 thousandths advantage up front, but spins off the line and ends up unable to cover the number. Franek was 29, sees that Hines isn't getting there, rolls out of the throttle, 5 above, taking 66. Bud McNasby and Kyle Gockley, your next pair. McNasby right side says 686. Gockley says 595. Kyle turns it 5 thousandths of a second red. 3 above. McNasby 4 above after an 019 start. Now it's Jeremy Kleinfelder going up against Ed Races. Races far side 613. Kleinfelder truck near side says 634. Kleinfelder turns it red, handing the win to Races. Races 89 dead 6. Moving on to round number 3. Perhaps he has changed his luck. Ed Bendikovitz, Terry Nyman, your next pair, as Cam Murray has rejoined us in the broadcast booth. Bendikovitz turns it 18 red, Nyman 18 green, and breaks it out.
Last pair on track, I believe that was Al Kramer and Alan Core. And a win light's going to go to Kramer as Core took 57 and broke out by 14. Had to take 43 or less. Al Kramer will come back. And looks like that'll bring up our buy vehicle. Andy, come grab your phone. Come grab this. Your wife's going to get mad if I don't give it. Joe Jedrick. Sorry, Becky's boyfriend. Buy run here, 6:30. They put the name in the system wrong. It is Becky's boyfriend. And dead on 2 for the boyfriend. 14 red. We'll work on that one for the next one, but Becky's boyfriend. Going to move on. All right, I'm just getting back, so I'm probably going to get this wrong, but it looks like we have 2 doubles remaining here for round number 5. Let's get those 2 rolling this way for round 5 of the main event. I believe that is Bowman and Dudley. So round 5 doubles. It's at least those 2. There may be one more. Round 5 doubles. Take it to lanes, please. Once again, we'll take our 2 doubles for round 5 to the lanes, please. Rest of you on our short standby. Potential wait and see buy going out to 1426. That was the show last night. Walt Haas on the wait and see buy in round number 5 with a 001. Unfortunate because Frank Maffiori was also 001 just 3 pairs later. Based on the sheet I'm looking at. Round 5 doubles. Bowman Dudley, we'll take you, and then we'll get the rest of you going. But right now I need Bowman and Dudley to the lanes for round 5, please. All right, we'll take the rest of round 5. The lanes 3 and 4, please. The rest of round 5, we'll take you now, please. We got our 2 doubles. The rest of round 5, let's get you going. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, potential wait and see by car 1426, Walt Haas. Let's say you can come down lane 5. It's blocked off at the top, but roll on down lane 5. Just want to let everyone know who's still here and hasn't headed out to wherever they came from. And while we wait for round 5 to get up here, there may be a TED Talk coming to you soon from one Chad Bell. Be on the lookout for The Power of the Restart, Lessons from the Racetrack to Real Life. He's got some really banger lines in here that he just sent me. Really powerful stuff. I am motivated already, Chad. I won't spoil it for the rest of them. We'll just wait to see when that TED Talk comes out. Looking forward to it. let's go ahead and put a first call out for the Morris Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck race, round 3, I guess it looks like. To lanes 7 and 8. Wait and see by is car number J180, Terry Neiman. So you can come on down between 5 and 6 for the wait and see by. But we'll take the Change Your Luck race to lanes 7 and 8 for round 3. Once again, J180, Terry Neiman, you are the wait and see by in that one. I hear race cars coming to life, which means round 5 of the main event, which is brought to you by B&M Performance here today on 10K Sunday. Going to be coming out shortly. A moment ago, we were missing 2. Did anyone else show up? Well, Trisha's not answering me, so she's locked in, looking at the lanes. All right, cars are rolling for round 5, so the 2 drivers we're waiting on. You got a little bit of time because we have 2 doubles coming back, but I need you to the lanes immediately. Round 5 is rolling out onto the racetrack as I speak. Last call for round 5. Last call for round 5, main event. First pair out on track. We do not have a nasty Nick Hastings, but we do have a nasty Nick Bowman here this weekend. Oh, it's the notorious Nick Bowman. Mean Green Nadine, 646. Mike Mode, 681. And Mode with an 18th advantage. See if Nick Bowman can make some magic work. He does not. Mode mowing him down. 10, 1 above 3, 23 total. Locks out Nick Bowman, who's 28, dead 1. Leaves him 6th thou behind. Mike Mode going to the round of 12. Got 23 left in the race here right now. Going to cut him in half and make him 12. Since we can't make him 11 and a half. Devin Dudley and Emily Albach. Dudley here, Mustang, we talked about earlier, trying to take it 1 round further. He still has 2 chances to do it. 640 here for the Mustang left side, and Emily Albach, the local here out of Reading, Pennsylvania, 609 dial in for the Camaro. Nasty, 1 thou, separate them, advantage, the slight one to Dudley, the win light to Dudley, 10, take 11 to be 1 above 2, 22 total. Albach was right there on the tree, 0-11, 6 at 2 above 2, leaves her 11th thou behind. Devin Dudley will advance on entry number 1, see when he comes back if he's going to get his second through as well, as Michael Beard still appears to be leaking something out there. And we are going to shut him off and send John Alcott on his way. So unfortunate break there for Beard. He'll end his weekend, potentially, or I guess see if he can get it fixed for the team challenge here in a little bit. He is. I believe he's on Dirty 30. We're the outright champions yesterday. By a lot. Wide margin. Parker and yes. That'll be interesting. Yeah. Let's see how that goes. For the record, Olcott 16 and 748.3 on the 752. while we finish up the cleanup process that's going on in the left lane, it's time for your sports update of the day. NFL action. Vikings defeat the Browns. Texans annihilate the Ravens without Lamar Jackson. The Saints win their first game of the year against the Giants. The Broncos took care of business in Philadelphia today. Uh-oh. Them boys took care of the Jets 37-22. The Colts steamrolled the Raiders 40-6. And Carolina took care of Tua without Tyreek. Dolphins. Those were the early window games. And right now, nothing between the Yankees and the Blue Jays after one. More sports updates to follow when there's a little bit of downtime. I hear race engines, so that means we're getting back to it with Marty Flegel and Matt Richeza. All right, back to it. Marty Flegel, Matt Richeza. Scott, I will not tolerate any hate messages you send my way on Facebook, just so you know. Chad is still writing me pieces of his TED Talk. 601 dial in for Flegel and Matt Richeza, 580 for the Mustang. This could be a final round anywhere on the FRBR Tour. They're meeting up here in round 5. One of them is going home. Oh, wow. That was close. Matt almost collided. That was really close. Way too close for comfort. Marty came over across the center line and almost got into Richeza. That was way too close. We're going to back him up here for a second. Marty understandably upset. I hear race engines again, and we will put out another call for the last chance race. I only feel like I called it once or twice. So last chance race, if you're not in 7 and 8, you're late. Last chance race, round 3, 7 and 8. Scott Smith is going to make absolute sure that he is going to hook on this pass. Burn out past the tree, dry hop for the Monza here, tower side, 598 going to take on Bobby Matera. The Opel, dialed in 570, coming in out of Maryland. Pennsylvania here, left side for Scott Smith. Well, that was all for nothing for Scott Smith as he's 18 red, but he did put it dead on 4. Bobby Matera was ready, 009 and 10 thou under. Bobby Matera will advance. Here comes Kurt Holland out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania. Second generation Camaro dialed in 620, going to take on Jason Lawrence. Third generation Camaro. Hamilton, New Jersey. For Jason Lawrence, dialed in 645. Kurt Holland, your winner on Friday night for the Dave Anderson Memorial Shootout. Going to see if he can collect a $10,000 check here later this afternoon on B&M Performance 10K Sunday. Wow. Both guys, 002 win light. Kurt Holland. Wow. Double breakout affair. Both drivers, 002 passing the Christmas tree. And on a double breakout race, Jason Lawrence took 3 thou to break out 3 thou more. It's 12 thou out. Holland 9 thou out. That was a drag race. Kurt Holland going to move on. It's Frank Maffiori and Keith Pfeiffer. 608 dial-in for Maffiori. The 87 S10. Coming in out of Edison, New Jersey. And Keith Pfeiffer, York Springs, Pennsylvania. The 1980 modeled Camaro, dialed in 592. Maffiori cuts him in half at the starting line. Red light going. Frank Maffiori, 23-14 at the stripe to be 3 above. As Pfeiffer's 46 and 3 over, no good. Maffiori takes 14 and takes the win light. To go to the round of 12 is Rory Wenny and Denny McCloskey. Wenny here, tower side, 616 dial-in. Going to take on Denny McCloskey, who's been wheeling the Big Bucks Bob Camaro. Although I believe that's maybe the Koretsky's car, if I heard that right last night. 679 dial-in for Denny. 120. Knocks it over. Here comes the stop from McCloskey. No good. One above 112 total for Rory. Take 18th thou a win stripe as McCloskey's 34. 4th thou under, trying to stop and force him out. Didn't work. And these two drivers are already pre-staged. Harvey, Michaels. Michaels, tower side, 698. Harvey, 686. Right side, already in deep, both of them. Michaels is in trouble. Harvey's got 300s to work with. The win light, Dave Harvey Jr. 688 on the 686 with an 018 reaction time. Gets him there first, 19 is Michaels, 48. Missed it up front. Goes 699 on the 698. And Dave Harvey Jr. make his way to the round of 12. I believe this is Dave Barton. 560 dial in for the Camaro here left side. And Tom Scripignano, 647 dial in for the pickup truck. Fortunately, Johnny Sins lost earlier in the race. Had to go to one of his many other occupations. So it's Scriff trying to do work in the truck. See if he can keep it rolling. 647 and 560. Sixth thou separate them. Advantage. Left side. Win light for Scrifignano. Barton, 21, takes 17 to break it out 1 itty-bitty little thousandth of a second. And Tom Scrifignano, 27, 1 above 0, gets it done. So this is the last pair of the round, and then we'll have Walt Haas take his single at 23. It's Deadly Devin Dudley and the notorious Nick Bowman. Mean Green Nadine, 646 dialing for the Mopar. Both these drivers entered the round doubled. Bowman lost his on the first entry. Dudley did not. Will Dudley take 2 to 12, or will both of them take 1 to round 6? Woo-hoo-hoo! See how it works at the finish line. Give it to Nick Bowman, dead on 6 to be 6 total. Trip zip. Dudley gave him a lot at the finish line. 47 thousandths worth of win stripe. Dudley missed it. 32 stops to go 2 above at 99. Had nothing for that one. Bowman, trip zip, dead 6. Moving on. Walt Haas going to take his single here. 714 dial in. This was the show last night. He's over there in the right lane again. See how he does. And on out to the 8th mile stripe. 7:11.6 at 96 with an 0:36 reaction time. That wraps up round 5. Here on B&M Performance 10K Sunday, we have cars fired up and ready to head on out for the last chance race, round number 3. My car. Already back to the house. Big car. He's been doing it for most of the weekend. 614 dialing for races here, Tower Side, and it says Dwayne Troy. Well, it is Jake Narr. 546 dialing for Jake Narr. Well, from my vantage point, it looked like Ed was skating around down there. I'm not really sure why. Goes 629 at 95, and his 300 starting line advantage just vanished as Jake Narr drives on by 547 on the 546 with an 064 reaction time to head to the semifinals. As Al Kramer going to take on Mike Franek, and then we have Terry Neiman in the puddles for the bye run. That'll bring us down to 4. 577 for Kramer and 642 for Franek. Red light start for Kramer, and dead on 2 is no good as Franek is 57 and under. Terry Neiman going to take the free look here at 638, we think. Oh, he's up on the converter, and yeah, he's making full pull. It looks like 17. 12 thou under. Add that together, you got a 5,000s package, I think. Or you're showing 5 thou. That's good. Good in my book. Hey, attention out there in the pits. Anyone who was in the semifinal runoff, or the 4-team runoff, I should say, the 4-team runoff for the team championship from last night, if you can make your way to the base of the tower, please. Andy would like to have a word with y'all, as it were. So once again, anyone who was in the team challenge runoff today, please make your way to the base of the tower. Schmanderson would like a couple of words with y'all, if you could, please. Attention in the pits. Matt Richeza, if you could come to the base of the tower, please. Matt Richeza, no car necessary, just yourself. If you could make your way to the base of the tower, please. Thank you. Going to put our first call out for the Morris Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck race semifinals. We'll take you to the lanes, please. Change Your Luck race semifinals. First call to the lanes, please. All right, so we are here to conclude round number 5 of the main event. Those of you out there watching online or watching at the track saw the very close call that we had when these two lined up next to each other probably about 20 to 30 minutes ago now. And we're going to do it again. 601 for Marty Flegel, left side, 580 for Matt Richezzo, right side. Red light start for Richezza. Give the win to Flegel. Goes 599 on the 601. Let me tell you folks something. Matt offered to rerun this race with Marty after what happened on the last one. It is obviously frustrating for him that he just kicked it red, but what an absolute class act for Matt Richezza to come over there and offer to rerun there. If you see him out in the pits, just go up and shake that man's hand. What an absolute class act. Marty Flegel will advance, though. And with that, we will take round 6 to the lanes for the main event. You heard it here first. Round 6 for the main event. We have no more doubles. So round 6 of the main event. We will take you to the lanes, please. And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears that 1X95, Mr. Nick Bowman, who was the last pass for that rerun with the trip zip, will be on the potential wait-and-see buy. We should have 12 coming back, but that means at least you will have lane choice at the very least. So round 6, we'll take you to the lanes, please. For the 10K main event, round 6 to the lanes. And Nick Bowman, you are a potential wait-and-see buy for the round of 12. All right, here comes your Morris Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck Race semifinals. Did a quick spot check of the right lane. Everything looks good out there. All 4 of these drivers are just 2 win lights away from changing their luck for the weekend $1,000 to win. Cost them nothing to get in, besides maybe a little bit of heart pain, potentially some tears. But the grit and determination is still there for all four of these, and the hope that they can turn around the weekends. Mike Franek and Bud McNasby are on the starting line first. Franek here, tower side, 641 the dial-in for the Dart, 688 dial-in for McNasby. It's a red light start for Franek by 14 thou. Shuts it off early. McNasby 23 and runs another 680. He don't mind showing he's holding 8. Doesn't matter. Bud McNasby going to the final. That brings up Jake Narr and Terry Neiman. Mr. Maverick car owner here, tower side, dials in 546. Neiman 636. Over there, Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Winner will get McNasby. 23 is the reaction time to beat for lane choice in the final. See what these two drivers do. McNasby will have lane choice in the final. Advantage, Neiman, win light. Terry Neiman, 26, dead 5, 31 total, gets the win. Jake Narr, 35, take 2 thou to break it out 6, had no chance. Terry Neiman will take on Bud McNasby in your Morse Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck final round. All right, here comes your round of 12 here on B&M Performance 10K Sunday. This will set the quarterfinals. Bring us down to 6, which will be a very important round because then there will be a bye run up at 3 that the drivers will be vying for then. But before we get to that, we got to figure out who those 6 are going to be, as Rory Wenny and Tom Scrifignano going to be the first 2, as we got a battle of S10s out on the starting line. Wenny, 616 dial in here, tower side, and Scriff coming in out of Brick, New Jersey, 648. Advantage by 22 going to Scriff. Winlight going to Scriff, 35, dead 5, 40 total. Wenny, dead 0 to be 57 total, leaves him 17 thou behind. Tom Scrifignano to the quarterfinals. Dave Harvey Jr. and John Alcott. Harvey, who just had to beg and plead to get his team championship money from Andy Anderson, dialed in 687. And Olcott dialed in 752 for the Monte Carlo. Harvey is in a world of hurt right now. Olcott knocks it over. 7-pack. 2 dead 5. He took a chunk down there, but you know what? He stayed above the dial, and that's all that mattered. 7 total for Olcott. Harvey, 43 to above, no good. John Alcott is going to the quarterfinals. And he will likely have lane choice in the quarterfinals with a 002 reaction time. Frank Maffiori going to take on Mike Moday. Maffiori 608 dial in for the S10, taking on the 1990 Mustang of Mike Moday, dialed in 681. Maffiori with a slight edge here by 13 thou. Winner picker says Mike Moday, 31, one above. Gets him there first 6 thou. Maffiori couldn't cover. 611 on the 608 at 111. Looks like he ran that one out. Couldn't get there. Mike Moday is going to the quarterfinals for $10,000. Mauday? My bad. Mauday. Kurt Holland and Bobby Matera. I think I said Mauday last round, too. That's embarrassing. 619 dialing for Kurt Holland. Whitehall, Pennsylvania, taking on Bobby Matera in out of Waldorf, Maryland. Dialed in 570 for the Opal. We'll see him at Footbrake Feast for sure. Double red light start. Give the true start victory to Kurt Holland. Can't get any closer than that. 9,000 red for Matera, 8,000 red for Holland. That might have been Kurt Holland's lucky round. Remember that. He keeps on advancing here in the race. Devin Dudley and Walt Haas. Dudley, 642. He was last night's runner-up to Sick McNasty. Trying to see a few more win lights here, see if he can add a winner check to the runner-up from yesterday. Both drivers going to knock it in deep here as Dudley dialed in 642. Walt Haas, best in show last night during the Reaction Time Challenge, which was brought to you by Midtown Tire and Automotive. 712 for Haas. That is a big-time miss for Devin Dudley. Walt Haas was ready, 21 one above, solid lap, 713 on the 712, but Dudley lifts in disgust. That was a big-time miss on the red side of things. Walt Haas going to go to the quarterfinals. Nick Bowman and Marty Flegel. This will be the last pair. Bowman sitting on the bye after his 000 reaction time last round. 646 dial in for Mean Green Nadine. Knocks it in deep as Flegel brings up the pickup truck. 601 over on the right side of the track. Bowman going to have to make some magic work. 26 to a 3. I hear some spray. I hear a drop, and it's Marty Flegel. 6 total. 3. Dead 3. Get there first 33. Bowman tried to disappear out there after laying on the spray. 26, one above at 98 miles an hour. No good. Marty Flegel will head to the quarterfinals. Attention in the pits. We will take the Change Your Luck race final. To the lanes, please. Change Your Luck final. That is Buddy McNasby and Terry Neiman. Change Your Luck race final. We'll take you to lanes, please. Well, since we have a couple of drivers that have made their way back for the quarterfinals of the main event, let's go ahead and put a first official call out for round 7, I think it is. Round 7 of the main event. Quarterfinals. I'll make it easier on myself. Quarterfinals, main event. We will take you back to the lanes, please. The last person that turned on a win light is already back in the lanes, so that tells you something. The rest of the quarterfinals will take you to the lanes, please. Rest of the quarterfinals for B&M Performance 10K Sunday will take you to the lanes, please. Billy just told me something really funny. I think I'm going to say that again when it's quiet. Terry Neiman, Bud McNasby, this is the Morris Performance Transmissions Change Your Luck Race Final. I don't know if they moved any money around, but for the advertisement, $1,000 on the line right now. As in $1,000 to win and 0 to runner-up. But that's why they call it the Change Your Luck race. They did not see the payout window at all up to this point, but one of them will in just a few seconds. Neiman dialed in 636 here, tower side, and Bud McNasby dials down to 685. Neiman's going to let Bud get deep. Here comes Terry, and away we go. McNasby holding about 200s in reaction time. Win light going to Bud McNasby. 35, take 43 to be 2 above. And Bud McNasby going to park his ride in the winner's circle here tonight at Maple Grove. Terry Neiman, 54 and 4 above. Did not get it done there in the final. Bud McNasby going to visit Winner's Circle Lane. We have the quarterfinals of Sunday's B&M Performance 10K, and it looks like they are potentially rolling down. Here comes your quarterfinals for $10,000. And the only person that is not eligible for the buy at 3 is Walt Haas. Everyone else, with a win light and the best reaction time, has the opportunity to sit on that ever-important buy at 3. But, of course, you've got to see a win light here, as the first pair is going to be Som Triff, 648. Out of Brick, New Jersey, and Marty Flegel, 601, coming in out of Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Som Triff bumping in. He's in. Here comes Flegel. Who's going to the round of 3? Som is in some kind of trouble. Cannot make it work. Flegel, 28, dead 8, gets him there first 16. Marty Flegel is down to the semifinals. Som Triff, 53 and a thou under, no good. He'll pack it up at 6. Here comes Kurt Holland and John Alcott. Holland, 620. The dial-in out of Whitehall, Pennsylvania. He's already visited the Winner's Circle here this weekend. He visited it on Friday night. He's going to try and do it again here on Sunday, late afternoon, I guess. 620, and John Alcott coming in out of Lumberton, New Jersey. The 87 Monte Carlo, 750. The dial-in for John Alcott. Wow, after being double 0-2, John missed it big time. Give the win. Kurt Holland, 16, take 50 to be 2 above as Alcott. After having a stellar day, he missed it on that one. 102 and 100th under. Kurt Holland going to the semifinals. He currently has the reaction time to beat as Mike Maude and Walt Haas. Maude dialed in 682, Haas dialed in 714. Walt Haas is 003 red, and Mike Malday is going to the final. 013, 686 on the 682. Mike Malday is going to the final round for $10,000. Kurt Holland will pick his lane over Marty Flegel, but Mike Malday is heading to the final with the bye at 3. Hey, while it's quiet, and by the way, Marty is already back in the lane, so Mike and Kurt, when you are ready, we'll take you. I brought you a score update after the first inning of the Blue Jays-Yankees, which was 0-0. The score after 5 was 12-0 Toronto. For anyone who cares to listen, a beatdown currently by the Toronto Blue Jays. You hate to see it. You really do. Those damn Yankees, you know, they're just so good. They're so good every year, and this just happens every single time. 2009 is a long ways away. That's all I got to say. Toronto currently up 12-2 in the 6th inning. Going around the NFL slate since the last time we spoke. Third quarter action in Seattle. Tampa Bay leads 21-14 over the Seahawks. The Cardinals hold a 21-6 lead over the Titans at the start of the second half. Commanders and Chargers are tied at 10 at halftime. And the Lions are currently beating the hobbled Bengals 14-3 at halftime in Cincinnati. I cannot say that over the mic, Matt. I'm sorry. I would love to, but we're live on Diamond State Digital, and I don't think they would appreciate it. Michael Beard just gave me a good one, and I know Chad's listening over there. He's crying in his Yankees tears. Michael Beard was able to articulate the Blue Jays score by utilizing 3 different sports. They have a touchdown, a three-pointer, and a 2-run homer on you guys, and we are in the 6th, so sounds pretty good. The Yankees lose. David Ortiz is laughing so hard right now. All right, here we go. B&M Performance 10K Sunday semifinals. Going to see who's going to take on Mike Maude in the final. Mike is not going to come down here and take the tree, so we'll have someone else do it. Maybe they'll be better than 168 today. We'll find out. But we're going to find out who is going to race him. Two local guys. Although Maude is also from Pennsylvania. So we had West Virginia, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania has this one locked up at 3 cars. Kurt Holland here, tower side, 621 dial-in. Like I said on the last run, he has already visited the winner circle here this weekend. He'd love to do it again because this one is significantly more than what he picked up the check for the first time. Marty Flegel trying to end that, 601 dial-in for the pickup truck. He's definitely no stranger to late rounds here at FRBR events. See if he can push a win light in his lane here on this pass to go to the final. Marty missed it. Kurt Holland's got 200ths. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. 22, take 4 to be dead on 7, 29 total. Flegel, 45 and 12th out under, no good. Kurt Holland will be going to his second final round in 3 days here at the Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. So Kurt Holland is going to the final, and since Mike Maude is not going to come down here and take the tree, we're going to have someone else do it. That means Kurt Holland will have lane choice in the final. Let's see. Yesterday was 168, so we got to improve here. What do we got? Ooh, flicker. 176. You know what? You're consistent, though. I like it. All right, that sets up our final round. Kurt Holland and Mike Maude will run for $10,000 to end our weekend here at Maple Grove Raceway. All right, just got word. The final round is loading up. Anyone who is still here would make your way towards the racing surface one last time, see who is going to be our third and final $10,000 check receiver of the weekend. And if you are listening at home or wherever you are, you can come on back to the stream. We will have final round action here in just a couple minutes. A big thank you to the folks over at Diamond State Digital. You know, I give Chad a hard time a lot. He does it right back to me, but him and Scooter, got to meet him on Friday night as well, bringing us all the action from across the way on the other side of the track so that everyone at home can listen and you can go back and listen to your crazy names and whatever else is going on this weekend. So a big thank you to Diamond State Digital for being here, broadcasting for us all 3 days here at the 9th Annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Here we go for one final time here at Maple Grove Raceway to wrap up a perfect weekend of weather for FRBR Promotions. Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Kurt Holland and Mike Mauday. These two are actually going to break up the Oldsmobile party we had the last 2 days. Chevrolet left side, Kurt Holland dials in 621, and Mike Mauday for the Ford Mustang dialed in 683. He goes in immediately. Here comes Kurt, and away we go. Mauday is red, and Kurt Holland is going to right back to victory lane a couple days later. 15 and 619 on the 621. Mauday also breaks it out by 200s, but he turned on the red light. Kurt Holland going back to victory lane, and that's going to wrap us up here at the 9th Annual Blittersdorf Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom. Folks, if you're still here, thank you for joining us. Anyone listening online, thank you for your patronage as well. We'll see you at the next one. Foot Brake Feast coming up in just a short month over at Maryland International Raceway.
Welcome to our final winner circle of the weekend here at Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle Off the Bottom, B&M Performance Sunday. And Morris Performance Transmission helped us put on this program that we started last year. Actually, one of your buddies won. And, sometimes the weekend doesn't go your way. And Shane and I said, you know what? Let's give somebody a crack at it. And we came up with this crazy idea of a free race for $1,000. And how's it feel at the end of your weekend to be the winner of it?
Well, the Change Your Luck is definitely the right title for it because it changed my luck. It turned my whole weekend around, and I was having a lot of fun, but car wasn't driving, and when it was there, I wasn't. And I just wanted really another lap, and that turned everything around. And I'm ecstatic.
You were talking to me, I guess today, and said that this is one of your favorite races that you're come to. At this point in your life, it's one of the ones that you always have on your calendar. What makes Door Wars special for you?
It's a lot of fun. It's similar to the bracket finals. Like, you get to see a lot of the people that come to this. You get to see them at this race. You don't see them like there's a lot of Ohio guys and New England guys and guys from down like Virginia. You don't see them unless you go to one of their races and vice versa. So everybody coming to this race, and you get to see people once a year, and it's nice. That's what the bracket finals was. It's a lot of fun too with a lot of things you guys do. It makes just a very enjoyable time. The little things you're giving out, the little gifts for the first person to come to the tower with, a class picture. I'm like, I got that in my wallet, but my wallet's over. I'll never make it. but it's fun. It's it keeps everybody interested, and it's very relaxing. Big money races usually aren't relaxing. You can get amped up when you're in the lanes when it's time to run. And the rest of the time, you're really having a great time.
And you obviously have a great crew with you. Who you want to give shout-outs to? Who you want to thank for being a part of this weekend with you?
Well, we got my wrecking crew, which is Lee, Jason, Walt, James, my godson, and Rich, Barb. Sarah made the trip, so that was nice. Jason's wife, so Marie's here. It's the whole family. And then at home, we got my wife Rita, my crew chief forever, and my daughter Amanda, they've been rooting all weekend. And last year, I came to this race, and I had to leave early because my sister-in-law passed away. I never even got the car off the trailer. I had to leave. So this race is for her. That was the one thing I wanted to do, was win a race so I could dedicate it to her. So I got that.
Very cool. Very cool experience. You get to hold the check. Is there anything you want to say to everybody back home while you have your 15 minutes of fame here, bud?
I like this race.
We'll take it. He likes this race. Congratulations to Bud McNasty, our Change Your Luck winner for the Morris Performance Transmissions event. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're back trying to get the check arranged here in the winner's circle for the absolute final time this year of Door Wars for B&M Performance Sunday with our 10K champion, a name that you're quite familiar with, Kurt Holland. So what was it, at the showdown that you came close to this? You had a win and a runner-up, but you've never had 2 wins in a weekend in FRBR. So what's it like to keep parking this bad bitch in the winner's circle?
Good. Keeps the wife off your back. No, it's fantastic. I'm just lucky to have, Marty doing my carburetors and having luck when I need to. Soggy out there helping me. Mostly everybody back here.
You said mostly. Who's not? Tell me who doesn't count. No, what you told me that it sounds like you got bailed out a couple times a day by luck. Is there any particular round that really you got the time slip and went, oh, all right, we might be in shape now, because that probably shouldn't have went my way?
Actually against Bobby Matera, it was a double red. I was 8 red and he was 9 red.
Okay.
So that was one of the best ones. And Jay Lawrence, I just had a massive race with him. We were both 2. Margin of victory was 3 thou. It was a phenomenal race.
So one of those days where the ones that need to go your way do, and you luck, yeah. And we all know that you cannot get to a final round without them. You did some thank yous. I mean, is there anybody you missed the first time that you want to thank this time, or anybody else?
My wife again.
She's here
Andy,
this time, right?
No. Andy and Shane for putting on a great race again.
Danielle, what are you doing? Actually, you're not invited anymore. He keeps parking in the winner's circle when you're not here.
Coming up. She came up Saturday, and I kept losing, so she stopped coming up. And she was sitting back at the motorhome. So that's what was happening there.
Well, we got the system now. We know how to get Holland in the winner's circle.
Yeah, keep her back in the trailer.
All right, well, that is a wrap on the 9th annual Blittersdorf's Automotive Door Wars Battle at the Bottom. Thank you for tuning in all weekend. And one more time for our 2-time winner this weekend, Kurt Holland.